business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have a physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on iSoko, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we would send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito, lakini saizi kupitia kwa iSoko ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On iSoko, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on iSoko that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side, and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya, but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through iSoko, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition, because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the iSoko with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on board. Now they're at the border doing real business, the cereals business, the fruits business.
At this time now I can manage to even take my children to school, even to put something on the table.
In my opinion, the feature that's most valuable for women is the marketplace. Once you list your products there, for sure you're assured that it's going to reach a wide range of people.
iSoko is a potential provider, motivator of businesses. It will be able to promote and champion intra-Africa trade, which is still less than 17%. So I want to encourage the business practitioners to really adopt and register in iSoko is the way to go.
Yes, so I would like to encourage other women in business to join the platform. It's not only a place where you market, but also where you can get information, people you can work with and people you trust, because I think they're vetted when they're put there. So I would advise anyone who's hesitant of joining the platform to actually do it, because it has worked for us and we've seen the benefits. It's true.
iSoko is a digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before iSoko came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer want to confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point, and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, iSoko being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have our physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on iSoko, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we'd send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito, lakini saizi kupitia kwa iSoko ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On iSoko, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on iSoko that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side, and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya, but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through iSoko, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition, because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the iSoko with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on.
Thank you. Let's have our seats. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to welcome us all to this dialogue. It's so interesting that it's a dialogue. So they normally say a dialogue should be a dialogue. So I'm ushering us to a very interactive session discussing digital, trade, and also a special shout out to the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and TMA, TradeMark Africa, who are co-hosting this event. Just to call, the technology has been with us for some time. If we are to ask where we are, I think we are playing in version 7 or 8 now. The industrial revolution is far much gone. So information technology is here and eating almost every other time. So welcome our president. So as I mentioned, this dialogue presents us with a very good opportunity to appreciate where we are on a background of where we should be. Also, it will be an opportunity for us to double click what has worked in that space, what motivated it to work, and also I'll not want to miss the opportunity also that calls on us to discuss what has not worked and the reason what never worked. So to start us off, allow me to invite the moderator who will usher us through the welcome and opening remarks, Mr. Patrick Nyangwezo, who is our CEO at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome, sir. One, two, and two. Yes, so there is a request from the CEO that before he speaks, he'll want to know who are these people he's about to address. So just we'll go around, have a round of introductions. You share who you are and maybe the industry so that we are able to understand this forum is made up of which industries. So maybe I'll start from this side. 1, 2.
Morning, everyone. My name is Caroline Munga. I am in the beauty industry. I sell jewelry and perfumes. Thank you.
Beauty industry.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Thuo from Petit Africa and doing bakery.
So we love the cakes.
Our protocols observed. Good morning. I'm Wanji Komboro. I'm in the industry of embroidery. I have this as my marketing product. Thank you so much.
Next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Estella Maris Julius. I'm in the fashion and jewelry and a junk of all trades, I can say so.
She plays from all sides.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nerias Rubai and offering transport services.
Transport services.
All protocols observed. I'm Naomi Muthaka. I'm in agriculture, doing farming, poultry. Yeah.
A fellow commercial farmer.
Good morning. I'm Margaret Kinyanjui. I help you find your signature scent. I deal with perfumes and beauty products.
Nice. So I think we'll head this way then.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jacinta. I support intra-African trade. Yes, especially the agreement that you've probably heard about, the AFCFTA. That's the space in which I am at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucy Kirui from Greenwich, Africa. I'm in the digital commerce space and I support in advocacy and specifically for the agri-food systems. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am David Hezekiah Sabit from Agricultural Department. I am a farmer. I deal in honey and dry hibiscus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Hadi Apolot. I deal with I pack peanut. I make peanut butter. And I do several things. I think assorted. The Maasai things, clothes, sandals, and many more other things.
She also plays from all sides.
Morning, everybody. Wanjiro Gige is my name, from Baraka Women, dealing in textile industry.
Morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Teresia Njora, the director of Baraka Women Center. I also head the business for Baraka Mtindo Fashion Accessories. We deal with the textile, apparel, and also beadwork.
Yeah, we also have the online followers. So when introducing yourself, you are requested to stand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lydia Njoroge from Baraka Women. But I also deal with beauty and health. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rachel Mointi from Baraka Women. I deal with beauty products and also health products.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elise Kagendo. I do beadwork.
God is good, and all the time. I'm Rose Moya from Baraka Women Center. I do tailoring.
Good morning. I hope you're all well. Yudia Gakahu from PMG Architecture. We deal with design and build and interiors. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Wangeshi. I support Isoko in business development and communications. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name's Elijah Manyeki. I'm the director, Cowboys and Cowgirls Apparels and Events. We support country music, cowboy apparels, the way I've heard, so that's what we do. And also we assist the upcoming musicians to the industry. And also welcome, we have International Cowboys Day. That will be on July 27. You're all welcome to support the event. It's the first one ever in the whole, in Africa. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. We are done with the first row. Have you identified a prospective client? Hatuwezi funzwa kila kitu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gloria Okia from Diamond Trust Bank, dealing with ecosystems and strategic partnerships.
Morning, everyone. My name is Michael Mashashi, also part of the Diamond Trust Bank team, dealing in partnerships and ecosystems.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Eli Mnoro from Perambulo Adventures. I am in the accessible tourism and travel space. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Yeah, my name is Joseph Atela. I wear so many hats, but today I represent Jatela General Suppliers. We are in poultry and so many other businesses. I also sit in the committee of disability in the board of KNCCI. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Banis Care. I do fashion and design. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Mayo from TradeMark Africa. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Saum, Rotarian Saum. I'm an advocate for persons with disability, but on a normal day, I'm a business lady. I'm in branding, textiles, and healthcare space. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. My name is Shemodawa from Nelgem Design. I'm a bag designer. At Nelgem Designs, we make design and decorate all types of bags.
Morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Limo. I'm a woman in business, a woman in technology. I run a company called Vilcom Networks. It stands for Village Communications. We offer internet and technology services, so which I think is required for every business here. So you can see me later. We see how to enable your business. Thank you.
It's a basic requirement. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dorothy Obura. I wear so many hats. I work for an organization that supports persons with disabilities, but I'm here as a businesswoman. I have wines and spirits, so you can see me after this. I can serve you drinks, but I'm glad
after
that
this or Friday.
even today is Wednesday. I'm glad that I've seen several persons with disabilities and several representatives of persons with disabilities are here. Atela here being a key person with KNCCI. I would urge the next time when you're having a meeting, let's consider accessibility. The place is a bit slippery for us. You can easily slide. So yeah, let's consider that next time. Thank you.
Yeah, point noted. This side.
Yes, good morning. I'm Dennis Gombe. I am an electrician and I'm having a small business called Madden Electricals. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Donna Rege. I have two roles. I lead IT governance within Safaricom, and I also head Safaricom Women in Technology.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Evelyn Wangu. I work for TradeMark Africa.
Good morning. My name is Simon Konzolo. I work with TradeMark Africa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janita Gathuna. I'm from Diro Jewelers. We work with brass and bone and horn, and we are venturing into fine jewelry. You can find us on our respective platforms under Diro Jewelers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Brenda Jipkimboy. I deal with hospitality and tourism, and I'm in Ketbara Cottages.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kane Chalagat. I'm also part of Ketbara Cottages, which deals with hospitality and tourism, and we also have a sector for handcrafts. Yes, I'm happy to be here today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Akinyo Wino. I'm the director of Episense Organics Limited. It is a Kenyan skincare manufacturing company. We manufacture our products as well as contract manufacturing for other companies as well. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, hi. It's your time.
Good morning. I'm Rotarian Zena Acheng. I do clearing and forwarding, real estate and supplies.
Hello, good morning. I'm Nyambura Waikuru. I work in the textile and beauty industry, and I'm from Chambers of Commerce, Nairobi chapter. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ruth from KNCCI.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hassan Ayugi, and I'm glad I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces. I work with Riziki Source, which is a social enterprise that puts people with disabilities into work. That is through business acceleration. And besides this, I farm onions. So if at all you have an event like this, I can supply you with high quality onions.
Good morning. My name is Ruth. Travels and tours, and also social media marketing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Mon nom c'est Brian. I am the customer relations at Isoko.
Morning, everyone. My name is Valerie Akinyi, and I support Isoko in customer relations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alvin Kamau, and I support Isoko in customer relations, and I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Solomon Sudi. I'm a pre-construction manager with a background in architecture. I work in the construction industry across this entire industry. I manage all the consultants, and it's lovely to be here. It's lovely to meet you all, and we'll get to meet and mingle later. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alex Kemei. I play in the real estate.
Okay. Yeah, so a round of applause for that introduction. Hey, can we still serve tea? A better one? Yeah, so I think we can see the diversity in here, and that will also define our moment through the day. So CEO, if you are ready, we are ready for you. Okay, so media team, I'm told there is a video you are to play. Kindly proceed.
iSoko is a digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before iSoko came in, we had customers.
Уход от однополярного мира – это отличный шанс для других стран поднять голову.
Беларусь может нам помочь с продовольственной безопасностью.
Между нами не только партнерные отношения, а как друзья.
Наши отношения – это прежде всего огромный вклад президентов Беларуси и Бразилии.
Никогда не могут простить президенту Лукашенко, что он человек из народа.
Местные фермеры говорят: дайте нам белорусскую технику.
Хотела бы я отправить все эти цветы в Беларусь.
Белорусская техника без проблем может работать даже в самых суровых условиях.
У нас много запросов в отношении импорта из Беларуси.
Бразилия всегда выступает против санкций.
Лукашенко в Кении называют «сильный президент».
Он защищает суверенитет своей страны и интересы народа. Он огромная личность.
Здесь знают и уважают нашего президента.
У нас в Бразилии множество СМИ с американскими деньгами.
Без Лукашенко в таком географическом положении Беларусь бы просто не выжила.
Вьетнам – это наши врата в Азии.
Улица Республики Беларусь, одна из центральных в городе.
Горжусь тем, что...
The digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before iSoko came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer want to confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, iSoko being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have a physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on iSoko, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we'd send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in, sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito. Lakini saizi kupitia kwa iSoko ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On iSoko, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on iSoko that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side, and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya, but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through iSoko, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition. Because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the iSoko with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on board. Now they're at the border doing real business, the cereals business, the fruits business.
At this time now I can manage to even take my children to school, even to put something on the table.
In my opinion, the feature that's most valuable for women is the marketplace. Once you list your products there, for sure you're assured that it's going to reach a wide range of people.
iSoko is a potential provider, motivator of businesses. It will be able to promote and champion intra-Africa trade, which is still less than 17%. So I want to encourage the business practitioners to really adopt and register in iSoko is the way to go.
Yes, so I would like to encourage other women in business to join the platform. It's not only a place where you market, but also where you can get information. People you can work with and people you trust, because I think they're vetted when they're put there. So I would advise anyone who's hesitant of joining the platform to actually do it, because it has worked for us and we've seen the benefits. It's true.
Yeah, thank you for that. The discussion today revolves around the digital trade, and the product is iSoko. So as we are waiting for the CEO, I don't know if there is anyone who has used that product. If you have interacted with that product, can you raise your hand? Bado? Yes, what was your experience, and what will you tell other?
Well, it was my first time downloading the app, so I just wanted to find out how it works. And I downloaded, registered, and I almost bought 30 bags of cement from Nyeri. Yeah, and so far so good. The experience has been good. And I also shared with one of my friends who is visually impaired, just to also have his experience on it. So I'm still waiting for his feedback.
Yeah, thank you. So there are opportunities there. Without much ado, allow me to welcome our CEO at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Patrick Nyangwesu, who will usher us through the opening remarks and also invite other speakers to make their opening remarks. Welcome, sir. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a slight change in our program. We are still waiting on our chief guest. So with that, we'll have to alter our program a bit. So at this moment, we'll want us to make the presentation that was to happen at 9:45. That is the future of digital in AFCTA by Eric Sirali, who is the Director, Digital Trade at TradeMark Africa. So assist me to welcome Eric Sirali. Tupige makofi kidogo. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. The beauty of being the first on the floor is that sometimes you're caught unawares. But as they say in foot soldiers need to be ready all the time. My name is Eric Sirali. I'm the Director for Digital Trade in TradeMark Africa. Happy to see the very excited traders from different sectors, especially the women traders. And we're happy to see that the partnership we have with the chambers actually is being taken very seriously with the community. Now, where is the continent going with digital trade? The AFCFTA, the Africa Free Trade Area, which has a secretariat in Accra, it's an organ under the African Union, has been working on a digital trade protocol, an instrument to support how trade will be conducted in the digital space. And this protocol draws very heavily from the AU digitalization strategy for 2020 to 2030, which has about 5 key pillars. One of the pillars is around digital infrastructure. So what is the state of play of digital infrastructure in Africa? Yeah. So when you think about things like connectivity, can you access internet? Because for you to use iSoko, you need to be able to access internet. And can you be able to access reliable, fast, and connectivity that you can be able to support your business effectively? So that is one very key pillar for the AU digital strategy that is important to support the different initiatives in Africa, whether you're on the business side or you're on the public sector side or you are somewhere in between. The second very important pillar is on digital policy. So what are the regulations, the rules, the guidelines that support digital or business that is delivered digitally? And that is where the AFCFTA have gone further and developed a digital protocol. Yeah. The third pillar under the strategy is on digital skills. For you to be able to use digital services, and I heard of the example of someone almost ordering cement from Nyeri, you ought to have had some level of digital skills to use that platform. And that's why under the FCFTA, digital skilling is essential. I am aware that the Chambers has done quite a bit of work on digital skilling across the country to be able to support the businesses to uptake iSoko as one of the instruments that is using digital technology to improve how you conduct business. the availability of digital technologies, whether it is internet, your phone, your laptop, M-Pesa, or any other digital platforms, is as useful as how deep your digital skills are to leverage them. And that's why in most of the programs, even in what we do in TradeMark Africa, whenever we support the various initiatives across the continent, we ensure that we support aspects of digital skilling. So that is the third pillar. And the fourth pillar is around access and use. So you can have infrastructure, you can be able to have the right policies, you can be able to have the right skills, but that digital infrastructure is not available and accessible for you to use. And therefore, for instance, for the businesses that, for instance, are in remote areas, or you have traders who do not have the financial capacity to access very complicated cell phones, how do you ensure that they use ISOCO? So the question of access and use is very important, and that means in the development of the digital space in Africa, the AU is very keen around how do you ensure that all this comes closer to the users. So if you are building platforms like ISOCO, you ensure that these platforms also have capabilities to support businesses in places or in ways that so that is the third, the fourth consideration. And as I was saying, the aspects around how do you ensure there is use and access for digital technologies. So that is much about the bigger AFCFTA strategy. There are other aspects that go beyond that. It covers areas on health, on education and other areas, but I only picked those 4 areas that are very relevant for trade. Now, when you move away from the bigger AU digital strategy, you now come to the FCFTA, the digital protocol. So for businesses to operate across the continent, if you are trading between businesses, if you are sending curio items to Uganda, or you're sending small baskets to Rwanda, or you're importing beautiful Rwandese regalia from Kigali and you're bringing them here to Nairobi and you're selling them, there's a way that you need to participate or to trade when you're using digital technologies. Of course, ISOCO is one of the platforms, but then there's a framework that FCFTA is thinking about to facilitate how you do the business. And that's why through the different ministries across the continent, the FCFTA has been trying to engage the private sector, the public sector, to ensure that there's a way that business is conducted fairly across the continent, and it is able to support businesses to grow. Now, what are some of the key things that are of interest for you under that protocol? Is there's the ambition to build one single digital market. The same way the EAC is trying to build or to pursue a single customs territory within the region, or the Africa Union as well is pursuing a single market across the continent. Yeah. So some of the key considerations under the protocol is around issues around payments. So if you're making payments to a small business in Uganda or Rwanda or Burundi, and you're trading through ISOCO, how do you ensure that that payment is guaranteed that you'll be able to be made? That that payment has a cost element that is considerable. It's not, the charges are not very high. So aspects of payments are very well elaborated under the protocol, and the intention is to ensure that there's a way to bring down the costs and improve the pace at which or how fast payments are done across borders. So that is one key area of the protocol. The other key area is on issues around data and data privacy. We are very, very aware of the concerns. If you're putting your data on platforms like ISOCO and others, then how do you ensure that your data is well secure, that maybe your competitors do not get access to any private data that you have, and ensure that there's a fair playing ground. So the FCFTA digital protocol looks at how to safeguard you as a trader to ensure that you have a way to exchange data across the continent. Equally, the protocol is very intentional about the growth of small businesses, women, and youth. And the protocol emphasizes on fair play for small businesses, as well as people of different special categories. So that you'll find when you go through the protocol, you'll find aspects around inclusion and aspects around participation of small businesses. Beyond that, there are aspects of taxes as well on the protocol. So if you're moving your small items, maybe they are worth 50,000 shillings or 100,000 shillings, and you're moving them digitally or you're trading them digitally, what are the applicable taxes when you send them to DRC, for instance, or when you send them to Kigali, or when you send them to Malawi? What taxes will apply for those commodities if you sell them through digital platforms? So the protocol also tries to address issues around taxation, and that's the relationship between the digital trade protocol and the larger AU strategy. Now, bringing some of these thoughts a little bit home to how they would affect you is taking ISOCO as an example. I hope that the Chamber has been able to ensure that as many traders have access to this platform as an instrument for trade, and therefore we are able to align to some of the ambitions that AU has around availability of digital platforms. I would suspect there are other platforms outside there, but then considering the work that the Chamber has done here, how do we ensure that we offer value on that platform for as many women as possible? That means we expand the inclusion base for women and other special groups to use that platform. So that is one way that, of course, we are trying to align to the space for AFCFTA. The other ways, of course, as TradeMark Africa, we have been working very closely with the East Africa community on issues around cross-border payments. We are currently in deep conversations with the central banks and other players in the financial sector to look at about things like cross-border payments. Can those costs come down when you are actually sending your items, or you're paying or you're receiving funds from other small businesses across the continent, and specifically in the East Africa region? So that is one area that we're also trying to improve the environment for businesses to thrive, to ensure that when you make payments or when you receive payments, they are at a cost that is more favorable for you, and that you can be able to trade better. Of course, under the customs regime as well, I don't know how many of you send commodities to the neighboring countries or receive commodities. There's a simplified trade regime for small consignments that pass through customs that ideally should be cheaper and easier. So if you're sending your items that you are you're buying from the Isoko platform in Uganda, or you are a vendor here and someone has ordered from Kigali, and that consignment is going through 1 or 2 borders, how do you ensure that by the time it reaches them, if there are any applicable taxes, then it's still favorable for them? So under the single customs territory, specifically on the simplified trade regimes, there are provisions on how to handle your consignment with customs when you're moving them across border. So that's also something else that we are working on to ensure that as we build the digital highway, we're also supporting with aspects around policy and also other considerations. I think the last one that I'll talk about that we're also working on the digital space that supports small businesses is some work that we have been doing with the postal operators in Kenya, specifically PCK, as well as in Rwanda, to support small businesses on how they use e-commerce services. Under the WTO moratorium on e-commerce, there are thresholds or minimums that would apply when you're actually either bringing small items into the country or sending them to other countries where specific taxes would apply. If you're sending items through the postal network, one, you get the advantage of low cost for the shipping, but also you have the benefit if you're importing these items from outside the country and is coming as international e-commerce items, then there are also benefits around how much taxes would apply and the value of those items, the thresholds for the value of those items, and how will then that support your businesses. So we are trying to expand the work that you are doing with the postal operator here in Kenya and Rwanda to see if we can have more in-depth integration between the postal operators in East Africa to support your businesses so that you're able to send items across borders through that channel, because we believe that channel is much more cheaper. And of course, for instance, in Kenya, the postal network is way bigger than any other network. Of course, we understand and appreciate some of the challenges that the network has, but we believe there are many, many opportunities that come with it. So that's basically the digital landscape under the AFCFTA and some of the interventions that we are doing here locally. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Eric. I think he has mentioned quite a number of interesting stuff in regards to that. And I was able to note digital policy. I think we have that already. Digital skills, how are you equipped to transact in those mediums, platforms, and all that. Digital infrastructure, access, and use. I think that was a proper foundation to our discussion today. And still around the product that we are having, Isoko, allow me to invite Rachel Wangeshi to take us through the Isoko journey. Rachel, as she will be speaking, the CS will be coming in. So you'll take that opportunity to welcome. So you'll request us to stand.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. My name is Rachel Wangeshi, and I've been supporting the ISOCO project in business development and communications. I want to welcome you all today, and I'll be taking us through the ISOCO journey since 2021 when we began. But before I do that, our MC alluded that this is a dialogue. It's going to be very interactive, and I just wanted to check with each of us how our energy levels are, because we're going to need our energy levels high so that we are able to interact, and you're going to be having very interesting and interactive sessions in there. So kindly, we can go to my slide. We are talking about digital solutions, and I want us to start testing how digital savvy we are. So I want us to go to our phones. I believe we all have internet. You're connected to Wi-Fi. Go to slido.com, and our code is 333-0404. Slido.com, 333-0404. If you're there, you can say a yay. Not yet. Slido.com, our code is 333-0404. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I want to know your energy levels today. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being, can we go home already? 10 being, I'm really energetic and looking forward to a fruitful discussion. On a scale of 1 to 10, how are our energy levels today? I can see a 9, 9, 8, 7, 7. Oh, there is a 5. There is an 8. There is a 9. Awesome. Awesome. I can see we are charged up. That is really nice and encouraging. The next one is a quiz. Yeah, they're still coming in. I think we can go to the next one. The next one is a quiz, and I want you to make a good guess on how many users we are at currently in the East African region. Are we at 10 to 30,000? Are we at 30 to 40,000? Are we at 40 to 50,000? Okay, they're coming in, Let's see. Or are we over 50,000? 24% of you are correct. We are over 60,000, heading to 70,000 users in the East African region. Thank you. So going to my first slide. The first one. I want to introduce ISOCO for us to just have an understanding. For those that have not interacted with the platform, just to give us an overview of what ISOCO is, where we are at, and why ISOCO was designed. So ISOCO is a women in trade platform integrated with 5 features. That is regional. We're in Kenya, we're in Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. And this platform was designed to enable women trade with ease. When we talk about women trade with ease, I know the first question is going to be why women and not men, for example. We talk about inclusion in TradeMark Africa, in the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, but when we talk about ISOCO, we are calling it a women in trade platform. This product was developed from a wider women in trade program in TradeMark Africa, and it came as a need that had been identified after realizing that women are not participating in trade as it should be, especially across East African region. And why is this? This is because of some of the barriers or the challenges that they face for the fact of them just being women. And we're going to go to the background a little bit. In 2019, beginning of 2019, a study was done just to try and establish what is the business landscape when it comes to micro, small enterprise and medium enterprise traders, and how is the performance for the parties that are involved. And it was discovered that men contribute more to the business landscape more than women, as much as we have more women participating in micro, small, and medium enterprises. And these are some of the reasons that were identified.
we know that women spend roughly 3 times more hours to do unpaid care work and domestic care work. I know we've spoken about that so many times. And just to bring it closer to home, or to give an example, when we wake up in the morning, for example, I am taking a scenario whereby we have a household that has both a man and a woman, and they're all participating in small trade, for example. So when we wake up, you're going to find that the woman is going to wake up earlier, maybe at around 5 a.m. She's going to prepare breakfast for the family. She's going to prepare the kids to go to school, for example, and ensure everything is set. But the same man in the same household is going to wake up later, maybe at 6:30. They're going to shower, find their clothes ironed, take their breakfast, and go to work. In this scenario, both of them are participating in small trade. So by the time the man goes to open their business, probably they're going to open at 8 a.m. and all customers that come in or that stream through the morning are going to come into the business that is owned by a man. How about the woman? She's going to be left at home ensuring that the kids go to school, for example, and by the time she's opening her business, maybe it's 10 a.m. So what are we trying to say? We are not trying to say that women should not take up these other responsibilities that come with the virtue of them being women. But what we are trying to say is to ensure that at least we have solutions that work for them. That even as they're doing these other roles, they are able to also ensure that their businesses they're also able to drive their businesses as is. And then also in the study, it was established that 40% of women traders indicated that information on market is key. And this is the biggest challenge, and they did not have this market information. And we look when we look at Isoko, when I'm going to be going through the other slides, we're not only providing a marketplace, but we're ensuring that these women also have access to information, which is also very key. And also 5% of them indicated that they would be willing to pay for information, for market information, if it was valuable to them. So under these presets, that's when Isoko was developed by TradeMark Africa in partnership with the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce to ensure that these women that we are talking about are able to get market information and also all these other features that are going to help their businesses thrive and move forward. So, how do we support traders through our phones? We said we're talking about digital solutions. This is a digital solution that we have. So using your phone, just through your phone, one, you're able to access markets. And these markets is twofold. I am able to list my products as a merchant and get potential buyers within Kenya and also East Africa. And also as a merchant, I am able to go into the platform and buy from bulk buyers, because we welcome all sorts of buyers from micro, retail, and medium enterprises. So you're able to access market, you're able to get real-time market information. When you're talking about market insights, market trends, if you want to know when am I likely to get more money from my onions, for example, you're going to see the statistics and the trends of this specific commodity at specific times, which helps you as a small-scale trader or as a farmer, for example, to be able to determine when do I harvest my products, for example. Another one is access to business management tools. We want to ensure that as much as you have a marketplace and as much as you have information, you're also able to manage your businesses. We're looking at bookkeeping, for example. We have a very simplified bookkeeping app that helps you as a trader to manage your inventory through your phone. You're able to report your sales there, and it generates a report for you every end of the month so that you're able to know, did I make a profit or did I make a loss? And this is also very crucial, and also from the feedback that we've gotten, very many small-scale traders or medium-scale traders have diversified. They do not only sell one commodity. So I have a small shop, but I want to sell perfume, I want to sell handbags, I want to sell shoes. And they indicated to us that it was very difficult to identify which commodity of my 3 commodities in this shop is giving me profit, for example. And they will tell us that the first 3 months are usually very easy because you're charged up and you have a book that you've written, bags, perfumes, and you have clothes on the other side. But within time, if you do not have a proper mechanism of keeping these records, then it just goes and you're not sure. So what is giving me profit, what is taking me into losses? If I get money, for example, from some of the grants and some of the opportunities that are offered by the chamber and our partners, where do I invest this money in? So this bookkeeping app has really come in handy to help small-scale traders to know and make good financial decisions on where do I put my money into, what business do I drop, where do I invest more in, and all that. So that is a bookkeeping app. We also have access to service providers. We have banks, we have logistics providers, and this was alluded also by one of our users in the video that we had, where they were struggling in getting service providers, especially within Nairobi, someone who can deliver goods, and if the customer does not want to pay prior, they are able to, thank you, just a second. Allow me to pause for a bit and welcome
So the reason that we then get back to this, then no, you don't have to. So let's be upstanding as CS comes in, then person sits, then the protocol. So you just say the representative of the PS.
What's his name?
That's it. And from there, let's get back to the product.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly let us be upstanding as we welcome the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Simon Chelugui. You're welcome, sir. Yeah, we can now have our seats. Thank you. So thank you. The Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Simon Chelugui, the representative of the Principal Secretary, Engineer John Tanui, the Ambassador for Belarus, His Excellency Pavel Zatkian, the Chamber President, Dr. Eric Ruto, the CEO, Patrick Nyangweso, Country Director, TradeMark Africa, Mr. Ahmed Farah, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to present the ISOCO journey. And again, my name is Rachel Wangeshi. Allow me to continue from where we stopped. Thank you. So on the benefits of ISOCO, again, we're talking about how ISOCO supports traders. We also have access to service providers and tools and logistics providers. As I mentioned, as alluded in the video, we have one of our users who has really gotten value from the platform by getting logistics providers. When we talk about small businesses and small-scale traders, we've realized that everyone has gone the digital way. People no longer go to shops as it was before, and people just want to shop from the comfort of their homes, for example. So it is a need for online traders or anyone that is trading their goods or their commodities online to get a trusted logistics provider that is going to ensure that the goods they trade in are delivered in time and that the services are impeccable. So we ensure that we have logistics providers in the platform that have been vetted. You can check them out. We have those that operate in towns, in major towns and cities, and we also have those that operate within the East African region. And the last one is networking with other traders. We are currently in 43 out of the 47 counties, and by the end of this month, we hope that we are going to have covered the whole 47 counties. And it is not every time that the chambers or TradeMark Africa is going to have a gathering of people in the business landscape, for example. So we want to ensure that the conversations keep going, that a trader in Nairobi is able to know what a trader in Eldoret is dealing in, that a trader in Busia that is dealing in groundnuts, for example, is able to sell their goods without so much hassle to someone that is adding value to peanut, for example, in Nairobi. So we have a forum where these traders can come, very easy, very simplified, just like you chat in WhatsApp. And if it is the harvesting season and I have my soya ready, I can come into the forum, say that I have soya ready and I'm looking for buyers, and someone in Mombasa can say that I need soya, for example, can we take this up? So this is creating businesses and ensuring that the conversations for business people continues in a forum that also provides other features that is also very integrated. We are available on Google Play Store. We are currently not in iOS, but for iPhone users, you're able to access us through the web at isoko.kenyachamber.or.ke, and we are also available on USSD at *415*30#. Very important to note that we are very inclusive, and we target 4 subcategories of women traders. I'll call them traders. The first one, as you can see from this, we are providing 3 avenues to access ISOCO. When you talk about USSD, we are targeting the producers, those ones that might not have access to smartphones, those ones that might be in areas with intermittent network, for example, and we want to ensure that everyone accesses this market information. In the past, and we've realized that a lot of solutions are not inclusive, and we find that only those that are fortunate to probably have smartphones access this. But for us, we ensure that even those with feature phones are also able to access it. We also target cross-border women traders, realizing that there is a lot of extortion and barriers when we are crossing traders, and being a solution that is targeting cross-border trade and facilitating women to cross not only in Kenya but even in other countries. We support them in the major borders. We are in Busia, Malaba, Namanga, all borders in Kenya that are neighboring countries. And for these ones especially, we want to ensure that they have information that pertains to regulations. What is required of me as a trader to be able to take my oranges to Tanzania? What documents are required? So that we minimize the risks and also we mitigate the complaints that we always have in borders. Someone really wants to export their goods, but they don't know what is required of them. And then you find maybe the officers taking advantage of the lack of information and extorting them. So we ensure that we equip them with this information. We have standards, we have procedures, and we have regulations and our market information bit that helps them. We also target light processors and manufacturers. So this is to ensure that those of us that have taken our businesses a notch higher, we are adding value to our products and we are seeking market outside. But we don't know where to get a KEBS certification, for example. Or we are doing this at our homes and we don't know whether KEBS is able to come and certify my goods from my pantry at home where I am doing them, for example. So we also support this to ensure that they are able to comply to regulations, to KRA, to KEBS, and to all these other regulators. And the very last one is urban women traders, which carries the biggest percentage of the users that we currently have, who have embraced digital technology. A lot are trading on social media through Instagram, through Facebook, and you want to present to them another platform that complements what they are already doing, that they are able to trade not only within Kenya, but also outside. That a trader in Nairobi is able to get their bags from Uganda, is able to get their spices from Tanzania, for example, is able to get their skincare products from Burundi at the comfort of their homes and through a verified and trusted platform. And to the next slide. This is the journey so far. In 2019, a needs assessment and stakeholder workshop was held, and it included the 4 categories of women that we are targeting. Cross-border women traders, we had SMEs, we had exporters, and the mobile phone was the most preferred channel for business information. Because I get a lot of questions, so why a mobile phone? This is from a needs assessment that was conducted, and that was the most preferred channel. And then in May 2020, under the Women in Trade program in TradeMark Africa, and in partnership with the Chambers of Commerce, the development of the Women in Trade information platform that we now call ISOCO began. In June, July of 2021, TradeMark Africa and the Chamber brought on board technical assistants, myself and a colleague of mine, to provide technical support to the Women in Trade information platform. And in November 2021, we began conducting user acceptance tests, just to test the platform and to see the feedback of the users out there, to ensure that all the feedback has been incorporated, and also some of the recommendations that we were getting even after the needs assessment were done have been incorporated to ensure that the product that we are presenting to you is a product that is inclusive and that is going to give you value as business women. In April 2021, after that exercise, the minimal viable product of ISOCO was complete, and the development transitioned into the maintenance and improvement phase. We've done very many improvements since then. We've taken in feedback. We always conduct surveys to know how is it working for you, what would you want to improve to ensure that we are able to give you a product that works for you. And then in June 2022, we started holding feedback sessions on the usability and operability. And in March 2023, last year, we launched with 2,650 pilot users. We said we're currently at over 60,000, heading to 70,000. It has indeed been a journey, a beautiful journey, with challenges, of course, but we're here, and we thank all the users and all the supporters and partners that have been with us in this journey, and we don't take it for granted. So this is the platform reach. As of now, we are at 66,409, so the 24% were right. Kenya has 18,780 users. We have Uganda, we have Tanzania, we have Rwanda, and we have Burundi. Of the total users, we also have organizations, so you can either register as an individual user or you can register as an organization. So we currently have 1,907 registered organizations, and we are continuing to encourage organizations and clusters to come in and sell their products in one voice through the platform. And the most popular commodity for us here in Kenya is fashion and textile. So when you see the exhibitors out there, you're going to see a lot of fashion because they're the bulk. And also, given the fact that most of our users are from Nairobi, and then Uganda has agriculture, Tanzania has food processing, Rwanda has agriculture and cereals, and Burundi has clothes and accessories. So the most popular commodity can already tell you the majority or the caveat that we have in ISOCO. So in Kenya, we are in 41 out of 47 counties. They should be 43, but of the two have really minimal of few users, with a reach of over 18,000 in Kenya. And in collaboration with partners, ISOCO has conducted digitization and business management training to 2,300 businesses directly across 18 counties. So that has been directly. So the question is, where are the others? The others have come in through our reach, through social media. It is a digital solution, so we do not only hold business trainings, but we also use our partners and leverage on trainings from partners also and other organizations and institutions to drive the message of ISOCO. So the top 3 regions is the Nairobi comes first, then we have Rift Valley, and the Eastern Province comes last. So this is the commodity distribution. Fashion, as you can see, is the highest, and then we have agriculture, we have art and craft, we have home and office, and we have health and beauty as the last category. So for this session, we have an icebreaker. I wanted us to do a practical session. The ISOCO team has been very generous, so we want to test something. Okay, then we can shelve that for later. Thank you so much. So thank you so much for your time. That is our journey so far. Thank you to, a big thank you to everyone, to our guests for gracing this occasion, to all our partners, and most importantly to the users of ISOCO, who are our micro, small enterprise and medium enterprises that have already always supported us. And I hope that moving forward, we can continue engaging in ISOCO, and this was really good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. A better round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I think we are full house now for this transaction. Yeah, the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises and Development in Kenya, Mr. Simon Jelkwi. Secretary Admin, representing our PS for State Department for ICT and Digital Economy. Also, His Excellency Pavel, Belarusian Ambassador to Kenya. Dr. Eric Ruto, who is our President at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Patrick Nyangweso, the CEO at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. Also, we have Katrina Mangede, Digital Transformation Center, DTC, Kenya. And Ahmed Farah, who is the TMA Country Director. As I mentioned, that this event is being co-hosted by Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry with the TMA, TradeMark Africa. So welcome to this dialogue. As I mentioned earlier, the dialogue remains dialogue. So it's a very highly interactive session. And my name is Nicholas. I had mentioned earlier that I was still the MC, the master of ceremony, until I saw the guest list. And I decided to baptize myself, the director of program. Outside that, I am a member to the Innovations and Digital Committee at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. So I'll not belabor what have been submitted, but allow me to invite our CEO, Mr. Patrick Nyangweso, to take us through the welcome and opening remarks. A clap.
Thank you so much, Director of Program. Let's put our hands together to appreciate Kibet for that wonderful work. Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Simon Chelugo, Cooperatives and Small and Medium Enterprises, the representative of the PA State Department for ICT and Digital Economy, Madam Mary Kerema, who is also the Secretary of ICT and Digital Economy, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Belarus to Kenya, Pavel Zyatkin, our Chamber President, our partner, TradeMark Africa, Country Director, Ahmed Farah, my board of directors, led by our host, Director Cynthia Nyawera, and also Hussein,
representing the Upper Eastern. Our partner, Katharina Minget, the head of digital economy, GIZ. Chief Representative, EAC Dubai Chamber, my brother Michael Gaido. The sector committees who are here, partners, players, the subscribers and beneficiaries of ISOCO platform. Good morning. I would be very brief. Honorable CS, today as Chamber of Commerce, we are honored to host you here. And allow me to be very brief to speak about an initiative that is making a substantial impact on the economic landscape in Kenya. Not only in Kenya, but East Africa, as we have seen from Rachel's presentation. This unique platform was launched in March 2023. And to us as KNCCI, it has really transformed our membership base by a greater percentage. I want to really thank the leadership of National Chamber of Commerce, led by Chamber President Dr. Eric Roto, for really taking and giving us opportunities to really implement this unique platform, ISOCO, which has really redefined the way women engage in business across East Africa. In the face of a rapidly changing business environment, marked by a lot of changes, challenges, technological advancements, and evolving market dynamics, ladies and gentlemen, ISOCO stands out as a beacon of innovation and empowerment. And we want to really thank the Global Affairs Canada, who has really supported on the rollout of this platform. And this platform, CS, is not just a tool, but to us as Chamber is a very transformative ecosystem that has provided women entrepreneurs with essential knowledge, resources, and networks. As we speak today, you know how it is very costly to market your products. ISOCO has really provided a very free space where the business people are able to get real-time feedback. You are able to really engage, market your products freely with very limited costs. And this has really made our work easier as Chamber, especially when it comes to now transforming the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, since the inception of ISOCO, it has been very instrumental in empowering over 18,000 users in Kenya alone, demonstrating its efficacy and increasing interest from entrepreneurs. I want to observe that the users now spanning in Kenya 43 out of 47 counties, the adoption rate is more than 95%. CS, this platform has given us a very wide reach in our counties, not leaving even the marginalized communities outside. It is very inclusive. We are able to onboard women who are very innovative. They are able to really showcase their products and market, and they are able to sell and expand on their businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, our collaboration has been very pivotal. Notable partnership has really given us a very great highlight, especially on the platform's commitment to fostering community engagement and empowerment. This partnership has really enabled us to support and especially small-scale farmers, young entrepreneurs, refugee communities, just as I've explained earlier. The evolution of this platform, today I want to really encourage you so that we have a very candid dialogue to see on how we need to expand on this. And with the TradeMark Africa support, we really call upon other relevant partners to really support KNCCI so that we not only target East Africa, but we need to expand this to the entire Africa to tap up the African Free Continental Trade Area opportunities. If we talk about the African Union, the African we want by 2063, I want to really persuade you that the way to achieve that is by digitizing our businesses. You have seen how government has really adopted digitization. We are not left behind. and with the government initiatives to really establish several hubs across Kenya and also across the counties, it is our sole responsibility as chamber members and also other potential entrepreneurs to really develop high appetite to adopt digitization in our business operation ecosystem. I don't want to say much, the chief guest. It is my appeal that we'll continue working with you. I know your ministry has really adopted this. The embassies, different embassies, we are still soliciting support. And TradeMark Africa, you stand high to work with us in this journey. GI said we really support you and we will welcome you to help us to expand on this initiative. Thank you so much. Be blessed. Have a candid dialogue. Thank you.
Yeah, still in that order, allow me to invite Cynthia Nyawira, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and this industry regional director. Welcome.
Cabinet Secretary of Cooperatives and Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises, Mr. Simon Kiprono Chelugui, Deputy Department of ICT, PS, Engineer John Tanui, Ambassador from Belarus, His Excellency Pavel, I'm sorry if I'm not able to pronounce your second name, Zitkin, very good. Catherine Magende, Head of Digital Economy at GIZ. My Chamber President, Dr. Eric Ruto, and Head of TradeMark Africa, Country Director, Ahmed Farah. My fellow board directors at KNCCI, my CEO, and all the chamber members from Nairobi County, and all other invited guests, good morning. My name is Cynthia Nyawira Kamau. I am a regional director representing Nairobi region, and I also serve as a board member at the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce. So mine is to welcome you to Nairobi, the region that I head. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm thrilled to welcome you to this pivotal event, the Digital Trade Dialogue, hosted by TradeMark Africa in collaboration with KNCCI. It's a great honor to be amongst the speakers of today's event. The COVID-19 pandemic was a crash course in adaptability. Traditional business model faltered, but digital solutions emerged as lifelines. Businesses already embracing e-commerce and digital marketing thrived, reaching customers despite physical barriers. The shift underscored the critical role in digital trade in our modern economy, accelerating digital adaptation across industries. My heartfelt thanks to TradeMark Africa. Your unwavering support empowers Kenya's medium, small enterprises. Your initiative equip entrepreneurs with crucial digital skills and platforms to showcase their products globally. We deeply appreciate your commitment to regional economic growth. 1 year ago, and almost 1.5 years ago, TradeMark Africa made a strategic move by launching iSoko platform right here in Nairobi. Today, we celebrate 1.5 years, a statement to its success. Nairobi, African Silicon Valley, is a hub of innovation. Our city boasts numerous IT colleges and a vibrant community of tech-savvy young women and persons with disabilities. Many are active online, particularly on social media. At KNCCI, we believe this online presence can be transformed into profitable ventures. Platforms like iSoko empower our youth, women, and PWDs to harness the power of social media businesses. Let's move beyond consuming content and encourage the youth, women, and people living with disabilities to create and monetize the content. Past 2 years with iSoko in Nairobi has been remarkable. As Kenya's business epic center, Nairobi has seen many enterprises on board. I think we saw the figures up there. Nairobi is leading, though I believe there is room for onboarding more members. We have so many businesses in Nairobi, so there is room for improvement. And we will work hand in hand with the TradeMark and Nairobi County to make sure that we are onboarding more members. Think global giants like Amazon and eBay. Amazon launched in 1994, boosted a modest subscriber base. Today, it's worth $1.7 trillion with millions of global users. eBay, launched in 1995, has grown to a $50 billion valuation with a large global user base. This platform revolutionized digital trade, proving the sky is the limit with the right tools and vision. Closer to home, consider M-Pesa by Safaricom, launched in 2007. No one anticipated its immense success. Today, M-Pesa has transformed financial transactions in Kenya and beyond, serving millions and facilitating billions in annual transactions. This is a powerful reminder that innovative digital solutions, as well as digital trade, can redefine entire industries. iSoko has similar potential. It can expand across Africa, tapping into a market of over 1.3 billion people. The digital age allows global products showcasing with iSoko. African businesses can reach customers beyond our continent, and especially leveraging on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which covers a population of 1.3 billion. With this, businesses can significantly enhance their visibility and access a vast market. I strongly encourage businesses in Nairobi and beyond to subscribe to iSoko for long-term benefits and sustainable growth. Our young women, men, and people living with disabilities have also a role to play. Numerous free online courses are offered by platforms like Facebook and Google. These courses provide valuable skills that can set them apart in the digital presence. Continuous learning and self-improvement are crucial in this ever-evolving digital era. The future is digital, and we must never stop improving ourselves. In conclusion, we must embrace digitization wholeheartedly. Let's leverage on platforms like iSoko to propel our businesses forward, empower the youth, people living with disabilities to utilize their online presence productively. Thank you very much, TradeMark Africa, for your visionary leadership and support. Here is to another year of growth and success with iSoko.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together to appreciate Director Cynthia. We had to give some extra minutes because she's the resident and the host director. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest, allow me to really support my brother, Nicholas, and we want to move at supersonic speed so that we really save the time of our chief guest. On the stage, I want to call the representative of Vice President, Mr. Mustafa Ramadan, and I would give him 2 minutes, Director Vishal, to say jambo. Yes, karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Honorable Simon Chelugoi, Cabinet Secretary for the Cooperatives and MSMEs Development. Mary Kirema, State Department for ICT and Digital Economy, Secretary of E-Government Digital Economy. Mr. Ahmed Farah, Country Director of TradeMark Africa. Ambassador Pavel Vyatskin, Ambassador for the Republic of Belarus. Representative from GIZ, our Chamber President of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Registered members of ISOCO and other invited guests, we welcome you all here today. I'm just going to say a few words so that we can get on with the interesting discussions we're going to have today around ISOCO. I just want to say it's been a great experience to have ISOCO launched over a year and a half ago, and to see with the numbers we saw on the screen today of how many members and users we have across East Africa. This is really encouraging to see that we have embraced this online digital platform for our marketplace, not only in Kenya, but across East Africa. As our previous speakers have said, we'd like to see this happen not only across East Africa, but across the whole of Africa, the continental free trade area. This is an opportunity for all of us, not only to showcase our products of what we manufacture and what we've seen a lot of the things in the portal, our textiles, our garments, and products like that. But apart from that, it's also an opportunity, unlike Amazon and unlike other platforms in the world, in Africa, in Kenya, we have a chance to actually put our commodities and other commodities across that we grow in Kenya into this platform. This is an opportunity to put things like coffee, tea, cotton, I don't know, everything that we can grow in maize in Kenya that can go cross-border to Rwanda, cross-border to Uganda. This is different from just an Amazon opportunity of selling products that we manufacture. This is an opportunity for our commodities across East Africa to start changing and trading hands. This can be a future for all these sort of agricultural, maybe even mineral commodities, to have a platform to trade for the first time seamlessly across our borders. And with those simple remarks, I just want to welcome you to broaden your horizon in the discussions we have today beyond just our manufactured products, and think about what else we can put through our platform and become the forefront and biggest online marketplace for our products in Africa. And I thank you, TradeMark Africa, for promoting this and bringing it to us in Kenya and across East Africa, and to helping us as the Chamber of Commerce make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's really appreciate Director Vishal. Thank you so much for being very brief. As I've promised, I really want to move very fast. Before I call the Chamber President, Chief Guest, allow me to invite Country Director, TradeMark Africa, Mr. Ahmed Farah. Let's put our hands together.
Honorable Simon Kiprono Chelugui, Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of SMEs, MSMEs, Development and Cooperatives. Mary Kirema, Secretary ICT and Digital Economy. Ambassador of Republic of Belarus, His Excellency Pavel Zyatkin. Catherine Mengede, I hope I said it right as well. GIZ representative. Dr. Eric Ruto, Chamber President, CEO for Chamber, Patrick Nyangweso. Kenya National Chamber of Commerce members and partners present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is truly an honor and privilege for me to stand in front of you here to discuss matters digital trade. This is a forum that focuses on transformative power of digital inclusion in fueling trade in Eastern Africa and Africa at large. As a country director for TradeMark Africa, I am excited to share our unwavering commitment to advancing economic prosperity and trade facilitation in Kenya and the region at large. Over the past 14 years, TradeMark Africa has embarked on a mission to promote prosperity through trade, reducing time and cost, and also looking at initiatives that look at improving our business environment. We have invested quite a bit on infrastructure that is hard in nature, such as brick and mortar, expanding capacity at our ports authority, expanding access and offtake of cargo within the port and Mombasa region. Border posts that we have facilitated the concept of one-stop border posts, where significant reduction in movement of goods and people along our border has contributed to trade facilitation. But also we have invested on soft infrastructure, ICT platform that is transformative in our ways of doing business. And case in point here is our investments at the Kenya Revenue Authority, where we've automated and re-engineered the custom system into integrated custom management system. The single windows information for trade portal SWIFT led by KenTrade, among others. But also our commitment extends to advocacy areas that deeply affect not just Kenya's business environment and competitiveness, but the broader African continent. Challenges such as trade barriers, infrastructure deficits, regulatory complexities, and market access limitations demand our concerted efforts. We stand ready to address these issues through strategic dialogue, collaboration, and persistent advocacy. This region holds immense promise, yet it faces challenges that demand our collective attention. Trade facilitation remains and stands prominently among these challenges. We focus our efforts on streamlining processes, alleviating bottlenecks, and creating an environment conducive to seamless trade within and beyond borders. Our commitment as TradeMark Africa to regional trade and trade promotion goes beyond words. We also acknowledge the role played by the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industries and its county chapters in this pursuit. We commit to working closely with the Chamber, fostering collaborative and transcendent boundaries that look at leveraging synergies and harnessing the power of collective action to promote regional trade. We are particularly proud of our partnership with the Chamber of Commerce in automating the certificate of origin, which was previously managed through a manual process that took at least 3 days to process. This has been revamped through our partnership with a web-based portal that not only enables the certificate of origin issuance, but also facilitates application for the Chamber membership. As we move forward, we pledge our continued support to facilitate projects that will improve the business ecosystem in Kenya through public-private partnerships. Notable, in Kenya, MSMEs employ about 80% of the labor force, and it's projected to contribute at least 50% of Kenya's GDP in the next 3 years. It's for this reason that MSMEs has taken us a front and center stage in framing TradeMark Africa's new strategy. We do recognize the role of MSMEs that they play in the economy as engines of growth and innovation and job creation. As such, we will continue focusing on working closely with MSMEs to enhance their competitiveness and market access. For instance, with the support of the EU, we have initiated and now running on the program called Business Environment and Export Enhancement Program, commonly known as BIP. This program aims at supporting MSMEs in Kenya by addressing various constraints they face and enhancing their capacity to participate in export markets. The primary objective of BIP includes increasing and diversifying trade, reducing trading times and costs, and enhancing the business climate in the country. By focusing on these areas, BIP seeks to create a more conducive environment for MSMEs to thrive, thereby contributing to sustainable economic growth and job creation. Allow me to indulge you a bit on BIP, because it's to us, we look at it as a cornerstone for turning around the fortunes of our country through MSMEs. MSMEs stand to benefit significantly from BIP through various targeted interventions. These include improved access to finance, capacity building, and market access. For instance, BIP will support development of catalytic trade finance products, providing MSMEs with better access to credit and payment guarantees necessary for export activities. Additionally, SMEs will benefit from training and capacity building initiatives at improving their ability to meet export market requirements, including technical and voluntary standards. The program will also facilitate market research, intelligence, and export promotion activities, thus helping MSMEs identify and capitalize on new market opportunities. BIP will also promote value addition in the production of MSMEs, enhancing their competitiveness and ability to meet international market demands. By improving the regulatory environment and reducing non-tariff barriers, BIP will make it easier for MSMEs to comply with export requirements and reduce the administrative burden associated with exporting. This holistic approach ensures that MSMEs can increase their resilience, access to high-value markets, and adopt innovative techniques, ultimately contributing to sustainable economic growth and job creation. CS, you might be wondering why I'm talking about MSMEs at length, and you're not aware of it. I want to confirm to you that we've initiated contact with your peers for MSMEs to see how we can leverage our program design and structure and strategies with what the government has planned. But we're here today to talk about digital solutions. One of our flagship projects in digital solution is the iSoko digital platform. This platform, developed in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, stands as a pivotal initiative driving digital inclusion in our region. iSoko was conceived to empower women entrepreneurs, especially those engaged in cross-border trade, by granting them access to vital market information, financial services, and networking opportunities. This platform addresses significant challenges faced by women traders, including limited access to information, market discrepancies and resource constraints, and gender-based violence. As such, by offering a comprehensive ecosystem, iSoko equips entrepreneurs with crucial trade information, keeping them informed and empowered as they navigate the intricacies of cross-border transactions. With over 65,000 MSMEs reached and registered on iSoko, the East African community, TradeMark Africa, takes immense pride in being part of this remarkable journey towards inclusivity and business competitiveness, particularly among women and youth. But ladies and gentlemen, the African Continental Free Trade Area presents abundant opportunities for MSMEs in East Africa and Africa at large. So with the reduction in trade barriers and establishment of single market, SMEs can now tap into a larger market, diversify their customer base, and enhance their competitiveness. Digital platforms such as iSoko play a critical role in helping MSMEs leverage these opportunities by providing them with necessary tools and information to expand their market reach and engage in cross-border trade. As such, integration of iSoko with the ACFTA framework will ensure MSMEs they fully capitalize on the benefits of free trade area, and also facilitate smoother and more efficient trade across borders. As such, let us all focus our efforts in supporting our MSMEs take advantage of the opportunities presented by CFTA. Towards this, I wish to announce as well that TradeMark Africa is working closely with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers to design a project that aims at supporting MSMEs access the African Continental Free Trade Area market. This project aims at including creating a platform for public-private dialogue to address barriers to export, competitiveness, and provision of market intelligence and research to identify potential export opportunities within the CFTA member states. Additionally, this program looks at capacity building programs that will be offered to MSMEs to provide them with comprehensive training on export procedures and market entry requirements. Hopefully, next time we meet here, we'll be talking about the success stories around this new initiative that will support MSMEs access Africa as a market. In conclusion, the iSoko platform, supported by TMA and hosted by Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industries, stands as a potent tool for empowering women traders and propelling economic growth in East Africa. By leveraging the opportunities presented by the CFTA and aligning with government Kenya's e-commerce strategy, iSoko can magnify its impact and bolster support for SMEs in the region. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce for their invaluable partnership in driving this innovation to the heights it has attained over the past 3 years. My deepest appreciation also goes to Global Affairs Canada, for without their support and guidance, we will not be celebrating the successes we are witnessing today. I eagerly anticipate engaging in fruitful discussions today and exploring how we can collectively energize trade in East Africa through digital inclusion. With those many remarks, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed Farah, and we will walk with you the journey. Now, Chief Guest, allow me to invite the Chamber President to take over from here to the next session. Yes.
Thank you very much, our Chief Guest, Honorable Simon Kiprono Chelgui, who is the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Mary Kerema, who is the Secretary for ICT, Digital Economy from the Ministry of ICT. Our partner from GIZ, Catherine Mengene, who is the Head of the Digital Economy at GIZ. Our great partner, TradeMark Africa, represented by the Country Director, Ahmed Farah, who is also a Director at the National Investment Council, where His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, chairs. So we are honored that you are our great partner. The Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry National Directors were here. The members of the business community here. I'm Jamboni. Before I proceed, I would like to participate in the iSoko platform. I'm told that since inception, we have had over 3,000 transactions. I want to be the 3,001. So maybe, is it on? Someone is going to make money right now. So before I proceed. Okay. Yeah, you can see how the platform is working. Okay, yeah, you can see the product that I want to buy. It's around 5,500. Am I allowed to bargain? Is it in Kenya shilling or Tanzania shilling? I'm told iSoko is able to calculate for you in terms of currency exchanges. And we can also get you credit facilities through some of the programs that we have at Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. Yes, I've already purchased. So where is it? Yes, so you can bring it during the chief guest. I think when he addresses the business community, we are going to honor him with that product that we've bought from iSoko. As the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I would like to really appreciate the leaders of the Kenya Chamber. Maybe you can stand, the national directors, so that I can introduce you to the business community. Kindly stand. Yes, we have Vishal Kangram, who is one of the largest commodity traders in Kenya and in East Africa. We have Cynthia Nyawira, who owns 70% of Kenya's economy, representative of Nairobi region. We have Hussein Mohammed, who is also in our committee for livestock. And we have our chair for diaspora, recently from the US. He signed an MOU with 5,000 stores in the US. So very soon, we are going to have this ISOCO in the US. We have Shadrach from the Economic Diplomacy team. We have our chair for people living with disabilities, Mr. Alfred. And we have Irene, who is our director for youth. Yes, Irene, you should come in the front because this is a youth product. So Irene, you can wave. So thank you very much. So as a Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, we are cognizant of the statistics that we have currently in the world of the 101 trillion US dollar GDP. What is available for trade is at 31 trillion US dollars. When we come to Africa, what is available for trade in Africa is 1.4 trillion, which is only a paltry 4% in what we participate as Africa in the global trade volume. Out of these 1.4 trillion, fortunately, we have a positive balance of import-export of around 18 billion US dollars. So what have we done as Kenya National Chamber of Commerce? First of all, we must start at home. And we have 47 chapters in the 47 counties of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, where you can get trade information, capacity building across all our 47 chapters. And to link us into the business community, into the African region, we are members of the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and they were here last week to see how we can increase the intra-African trade from 16, 17, 18% to the global average of around 65%. And therefore, this ISOCO platform should be able to take us to that objective. Honorable CS, as a Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, we have the pleasure here today to discuss ISOCO. ISOCO means I, which is my business, or if you are from the digital side, it is internet. SOCO means a marketplace. That project, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is proud to support ISOCO in the testament of our commitment of digitizing Kenya businesses landscape and helping our members navigate the rapidly evolving economy. At Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, we are dedicated to creating robust and supportive environment for the business in Kenya. ISOCO exemplifies how we can leverage on technology. You've just seen what we've done that empowers its members, particularly women entrepreneurs who often face unique barriers to market access and resources. This platform is crucial tool in creating a level playing field ground on empowering our businesses across Africa. We are thrilled with the progress of ISOCO, which has been made for the past 1.5 years, to a remarkable growth of 18,000 registered businesses in Kenya, and 11,000 of those are active every month in terms of trade. Even more impressive is that 60% of these traders are women, and more than 50% of these women are below 35 years of age. This growth demonstrates ISOCO's effectiveness in reaching and empowering the very groups that we aim to support as Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. As we host the ISOCO as Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, we actively promote the platform to our members, provide training programs, do digital navigation, and integrate ISOCO in our initiatives. We have Chief Guest, one of our programs that we have rolled out in 47 chapters, called Jinwe Program, where we have loaned out 15 million Kenya shillings. Our target is to reach 100,000 businesses in the next 5 years. We have managed to train 2,400 businesses across 30 counties in Kenya. And out of these, 70% in this program, where we have a financial access similar to the ASLA Fund as a Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have integrated ISOCO in existing KNCCI programs and digitizing, empower the young entrepreneurs, especially women. By providing this platform for businesses to digitize operations, ISOCO promotes efficiency in terms of innovation, competitiveness, market intelligence, and even regulatory requirements across the region. However, there are some challenges which we are addressing with our partners. I know government is here, TradeMark Africa, our great partner, and GIZ is here. Affordability of the technology for the youth and the women is a very big challenge that we have currently, but we are addressing digitization of SMEs and also ensuring that there is reliable and secure platform for users, which includes overcoming connectivity and promoting trust online business interactions across the region. I encourage each and every one of us here today to explore ISOCO, where where you as a woman entrepreneur or as a young person, you can grow your business to connect with other new customers within Africa and even without Africa. And we are proud to announce that for the last 1 year, since October last year, we have opened 3 offices globally. We have opened an office in China, and since October last year, we've managed to export directly goods worth 189 million. And to mention an example, we have a young person who is exporting leather belts and bags to China. We've managed also to open an office in Dubai and also in Washington, DC, where Joe Nyaga is our representative for the diaspora chamber. So you can be able to leverage this ISOCO for international trade. I'm confident that ISOCO will continue to be a powerful tool to economic development and a symbol of KNCCI's commitment to empowering women businesses and youth businesses in Kenya. Together we can create a thriving digital economy in Kenya and also in Africa. Thank you very much. I'd like now to invite the high-level speakers to come here, and I would like to start with Katharina Mende, who is the head of the Digital Economy, Digital Transformation Center, DTC, at Kenya GIZ, and we've had quite a number of programs in terms of manufacturing, skills development, digitization between Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and GIZ. Kindly welcome.
Good morning. Honorable CS Simon Chilugui, Secretary Marikirima of the Government of Kenya, His Excellency Mr. Vislit Khan from the Belarusian Embassy. A good morning also to all of our partners, KNCCI, TradeMark and Aldo Hub. It is my pleasure to welcome you all today to the Digital Trade Dialogue. Powering trade in East Africa through digital inclusion, that is the theme of today's event, as we all know. It sets a focus on the inclusion of women and more precisely, female entrepreneurs. Rightly so, because the challenges women in the digital economy are facing today are still significant. So significant that we can by no means speak of equal opportunities in the digital trade, or even broader, the digital economy. In fact, even today, the digital divide is and remains a gendered one, with 37% of women worldwide not having access to the internet. In Africa, the number is even as high as 66%, as studies show. Looking at businesses, on average, women-owned startups receive 23% less funding than male-owned businesses. And do you know what all that leads us to? Missed opportunities. Research suggests that countries have missed out $1 trillion in GDP as a result of women's exclusion from the digital world. The bottom line is that the digital inclusion of women in the digital economy brings social and economic value. We as DTC, the Digital Transformation Center Kenya, a project by GIZ, German Development Corporation, and the European Union, take note of these figures with regret, concern, and frankly, with great irritation. But even more than that, they motivate us every day to do our work together with our partners and make digital inclusion for all possible, not just in Africa, but worldwide. So how do we do that? As DTC, we work on different issues at different levels, with individuals, with companies, and with the government. We believe that this multi-level approach is necessary to tackle the problem holistically. One example is our Global Gig Economy Initiative, a project that works on the inclusion of the platform economy and promotes the rights of platform workers. Platform work might be especially relevant for women, as it can help them to leapfrog and contribute to the welfare and well-being of their families and communities. Therefore, digital platforms such as ISOCO can become an empowerment tool for women in the digital economy. So under our initiative, we have created a mentorship program specifically for female gig workers. With this program, we want to enable women to improve their business skills and to encourage them to start a business in the first place. With our pilot project in Kenya, we were able to reach more than 1,000 women in no time. The demand was so overwhelmingly high that we decided to scale the project even before we had finished the pilot. Women came to realize that they do not need a husband, a father, or a brother to run a business. All they need is a good idea, a pinch of confidence, and sufficient courage. We believe that the ladies out there can do it too. They are smart enough, competent enough, and powerful enough to start any business they desire. And projects like iSoko or the Gig Economy Initiative are there to help. We firmly believe that digital inclusion is essential for a thriving digital economy. Not only are we missing out on essential opportunities, but we are losing if we do not immediately empower this group and offer them a seat at the negotiation table. This is precisely why we as GIZ support dialogue formats like this one. It gives a voice to people who are otherwise not sufficiently heard, and it can serve as a platform for exchange between entities that otherwise would not talk to each other. Our next big projects can emerge at events like this, and that is why we are here today. We're here to learn with you and from all of you, and to initiate new projects that will point the way for the digital economy of tomorrow. Let it be an inclusive one. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Katharina, for highlighting the challenges that women face. And you've noted that 27% have no access to internet, 66% are here in Africa. And thank you very much for the programs that you're doing to make sure that we change that statistic. So I would like to invite our friend, His Excellency, the Ambassador for Belarus, and specifically is given as a market of 180 million for our coffee, for our tea in the Belarusian region. We've had that relationship for the last 5 years at Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. We want to tell you we still have more coffee, more tea, and the CS here who is in charge of that. If you can get all our coffee that is in our stores today, we shall be very happy. Thank you, Excellency. Welcome. Vyatkin.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Ruta, for giving me the floor. Really, Kenyan tea and coffee, it is a brilliant product. It is already displayed on the shelves of the Belarusian hypermarkets. Your Excellency Cabinet Secretary, esteemed Kenyan government officials, Honorable President of the Chamber, Dr. Eric Ruta, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to be a guest of the esteemed Kenyan Chamber and share some views and ideas on the today's forum subject. Evidently, the matter of today's meeting is gaining trending momentum in the context of overcoming challenges caused by turbulences in the international economy, readjustment of the global logistic routes, and boosting of the foreign trade. Being the ambassador of Belarus, first of all, I consider digitalization of foreign trade through the prism of extension of the Belarus-Kenya trade. But of course, the IT tools are universal and applicable worldwide. Allow me to highlight the initiative of the Chamber in organizing today's talk with reference to the recently released by the Kenyan government of the fourth medium-term plan by 2027. In the chapter devoted to market access and product market diversification, the respective role is assigned to the development of e-commerce in the promotion of trade. The project aimed at strengthening cross-sectoral and public-private collaboration in developing regional approaches to intra-region e-commerce. It entails development of e-commerce policy and strategy, rollout of commercial infrastructure for digital commerce, and linkage of small and medium enterprise through subcontracting. The measures related to digitalization are also implicated in the section devoted to the infrastructure development. This is also why the dialogue today we get today is a matter of high importance. Traditionally, a Chamber of Commerce and Industry plays a significant role in boosting trade and economic relations between the countries. And the chambers are to contribute to the establishment of direct ties between manufacturers and suppliers through concentrating representatives of the businesses. I also consider that one of any chamber task is discovering new horizons for the business and exploring opportunities for international cooperation and trade. And digitalization creates new opportunities to achieve this goal very fast. I guess that addressing to digitalization and implementation of IT solutions in foreign trade is a look ahead and creating the relevant infrastructure for matching the international businesses. As Cynthia has mentioned before, one of the key benefits of digitalization in foreign trade is the elimination of the geographical boundaries. With the rise of e-commerce platforms, businesses can now reach customers in different corners of the globe with just a few clicks. This has not only expanded market opportunities, but has also enabled small and medium enterprises to participate in international trade. The digital transformation has significantly accelerated the growth of foreign trade and economic development by streamlining processes, reducing costs, and increasing efficiency in every aspect of international commerce. Moreover, digitalization has improved supply chain management, making it more efficient, transparent, and resilient. Through the use of technologies such as blockchain, IT, and big data analytics, businesses can now track and trace product in real time, optimize inventory management, and predict demand more accurately. This not only reduces operational cost, but also minimizes risk and ensures a smooth flow of goods across borders. Regarding the enhancement of Belarus-Kenya bilateral trade through the digital instruments, allow me to refer to the recent roundtable organized by the Chamber together with the Embassy. The forum was devoted to introduction of the opportunity for foreign trade on the electronic platform of the Belarusian Commodity Exchange. More than 450,000 transactions are done on this platform annually. The total amount of traders, more than 33,000 companies, including 7,000 companies from 71 countries. The main benefits of the Belarusian exchange platform for the traders is a free participation, so registration, accreditation, training, and participation in trade are free of charge. The only 0.01 to 0.7, allow me to repeat these figures, 0.01 to 0.7% is an exchange fee charged only in case of conclusion and trade deal. So full digitalization of all business process, transparency and security, consulting and marketing support. All these allow traders to reach the best price and mutual benefit to the sellers and buyers. Today, a number of the Kenyan companies are in the process of registration of this exchange platform. In such kind of events and activities, I see a real support by the Chamber to the business. I take this opportunity to extend my profound gratitude to Honorable President of the Chamber and Chamber team. I also take this occasion to invite Kenyan business to explore opportunities in digital as well as traditional trade with Belarus. For those who are interested to familiarize more with the IT sector of Belarus, we are ready to introduce High-Tech Park of Belarus. Distinguished guests, I wish all of you every success and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm receiving messages. If this ISOCO can be, platform can be listed in Belarus and we can be able to get direct market to Belarus, I think we shall be coming to you. What you did mention, Your Excellency, is that you are a former chamber president from your country. So I think when I retire from my business and being chamber president, looks like that is a path of what we do. So your chief guest, when you meet His Excellency the President, when he's announcing the new ambassadors, if you hear that I've retired, I shall be available to promote Kenyan trade internationally. So I want to invite the Secretary for ICT and Digital Economy. You've heard that we have a challenge in terms of internet access, especially for women. We're very happy with what the Kenya government is doing in doing the digital superhighway, the 100,000 kilometers broadband access. I think we are leaders in Africa, and we really want to clap for Kenya government through you for that initiative. Thank you.
Honorable CS Simon Kipruno, you excuse me, I don't want to mispronounce the names, but Your Excellency Ambassador of Belarus, Mr. Pavel, Katrina, GIZ, who we've really worked well with, Ahmed Farah, the TMA Country Director, and of course Eric Ruto, President of the KNCCI, invited guests, board members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is really an honor to address you today on a topic that lies at the heart of Kenya's vision of the economic prosperity, and the topic being the digital adoption for inclusive growth in the digital trade dialogue. In a world where connectivity is currently and innovation is imperative, Kenya has embarked on a journey to enhance the power of technology to drive prosperity, foster inclusivity, economic empowerment across all sectors of society. At the core of our approach is a recognition of the transformative power of digital technologies to revolutionize our trade. We understand that in an increasingly interconnected global marketplace, embracing digital solutions is not just a matter of convenience, but a strategic imperative for sustainable economic growth. That is why the government of Kenya has embarked on a series of initiatives aimed at spurring the digital adoption and ensuring that the benefits of technological innovations are accessible to all, guided by the Digital Economy Blueprint and the National Digital Master Plan. One of the cornerstones of our approach is accessibility. We finally believe that digital technologies should not be a privilege reserved for the few, but a tool that empowers every Kenyan to participate in the global marketplace. To this end, we have embarked on an initiative to expand the digital infrastructure through the 100,000 kilometers of fiber, implementation of Wi-Fi across the country, and the most importantly, connecting homes. We've just heard from ISOCO that they want the women and the girls, and of course we are catering for the men, don't worry, you are included, that we want them to do their business at their doorstep. And to enable or to facilitate that, the government has a great initiative to connect homes, over 1 million homes, that they should be able to transact using the web. The bridging of the digital divide, it is at our center, and we are creating opportunities for businesses of all sizes, from large corporations to small entrepreneurs, to thrive in the digital economy. But accessibility alone is not enough. We recognize the importance of equipping our citizens with the skills and knowledge to leverage the digital technologies effectively. And that is why we have invested in the digital literacy programs, targeting both young and old, to ensure that no one is left behind in the digital evolution. Through initiatives like the digital literacy program, the Ajira digital program, which is for digital businesses, we are empowering our youth with the skills they need to succeed in the digital age, whether as an entrepreneur, a freelancer, or employees in the bargaining tech sector. We understand that digital adoption is not just about embracing new technologies, but also about transforming the way we do business. And that is why we have been proactive in promoting the adoption of e-commerce, digital trade, and digital trade platforms. By partnering with the private sector and providing incentives for businesses to embrace digital solutions, we are creating a conducive environment for trade to flourish in the digital realm. Whether it is through e-marketplaces, online payment systems, or digital marketing strategies, we are enabling businesses to reach new markets and customers like never before. We have made significant strides in digitizing government services and promoting integration and interoperability. And I think ISOCO, through the KNCCI, we are ready to integrate, even with our e-citizen platform, just to promote a conducive environment for business to thrive. And we are also promoting the cashless transactions, which is really reducing the bureaucratic hurdles and promoting efficiency in the trade-related processes. Kenya is a global leader in mobile money and digital payments adoptions. Thanks to the likes of M-Pesa, the government has embraced the digital payment systems, making it easier for businesses to transact electronically. And you've seen His Excellency promoting cashless transactions. And that's why nowadays you can never pay for government services with cash. You have to go through the 222 for you to get services. So we are saying that this has particularly benefited the SMEs and individuals in remote areas who may have limited access to traditional banking services. This includes licenses and regulation of mobile money services providers, ensuring a conducive regulatory environment for their operation. Moreover, we recognize that digital adoption will spur growth by creating an enabling environment for innovation and entrepreneurship to flourish. And I believe ISOCO started as an innovation, and now it has matured into a solution. That is why we have implemented policies to support the growth of digital trade in businesses, including promoting e-commerce platforms, facilitating digital payments, and streamlining regulatory processes to reduce barriers to entry for businesses for all sizes. Initiatives are underway to also ensure that digital trade regulations are consistent across the region to facilitate smooth cross-border transactions, which include data protection laws, e-commerce regulations, and digital payment systems. But perhaps most importantly, our efforts to spur digital adoption are guided by a commitment to inclusivity. We understand that marginalized communities, including women, youths, and persons with disabilities, may face unique barriers to accessing and benefiting from the digital technologies. And that's why we have implemented targeted interventions to ensure that these communities are not left behind, including providing digital skills, training, advocacy, promoting diversity and inclusion in the tech sector, and supporting initiatives that empower marginalized groups to participate in the digital economy. Most of all, as we all move to digital, it is important to ensure safety in the digital space. And the government is deliberate and has put initiatives in place to ensure that we are well placed in the cybersecurity arena and also the data protection laws and regulations. In conclusion, I would like to thank KNCCI, the Trade Africa, and all the partners for these great initiatives, and to assure you that the government of Kenya is fully committed to supporting the digital adoption for inclusive growth in trade. And we are ready to partner with you to move this ISOCO and other trade programs to the next level, not only Africa, but beyond. And by investing in this digital infrastructure, promoting digital literacy, fostering e-commerce, promoting digital services, and prioritizing inclusivity, we are laying the foundation for a prosperous, equitable digital future for all Kenyans. But our work is far from over. We must continue to innovate and collaborate, harness the power of technology to build a brighter and more inclusive future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary Kirema, the Secretary for E-Government, ICT and Digital Economy. And when the business is here that you are connecting 1 million new households in the program of bottom-up transformation agenda of government, it is mouth watering for us, and we hope that every time you connect a household, ISOCO is also connected to them. So it's a new market for the businesses who are here and those ones who are in the platform for ISOCO. Thank you very much. And thank you also for offering us that we can be part of the eCitizen as Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. We're already partnering with government. We are in Huduma centers to be able to offer business intelligent information. The chief guest, as you see this map, to be able to make sure that we provide the last mile, we already have on-ground handling in 19 African countries, and you can see them. We have warehouses in those with our partners on the ground, and we can be able to safely deliver the products from here, Kenya, East Africa, and from globally to those countries. We aim to go to the 55 countries in Africa. So to make it practical, that is what we're doing. In addition to that, chief guest, is that we have more than 200 MOUs that we've signed. There is a lot of demand in terms of the Kenyan products, so we want to partner with the Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro and Small Medium Enterprises to see how we can be able to negotiate on bulk access to market to where we export our products in European Union, USA, and Asia. As I invite you, chief guest, is that when I came to your office, you said the cooperatives are organized. You are looking on how you can organize SMEs. Welcome to Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, the longest business membership organization. Today, we are celebrating Chamber 59 in 2024. We have the largest network of membership in 47 chapters. We have 47 offices with over 100,000 plus members directly and through other business associations. We are delivering currently a financial access product. We want to request government to offer Kenya National Chamber of Commerce as an aggregator of SMEs to deliver the Hustler Fund through our Kenya National Chamber of Commerce SACCO that has been duly registered by SASRA, the agency that is under you. Welcome, chief guest, to deliver your speech here today. And thereafter, I think we'll do the ceremony of how we have demonstrated practically how ISOCO works. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. To Your Excellency, the Ambassador to Kenya from Belarus, Secretary, the Ministry of ICT, the President of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, GIZ, Kenya, TradeMark East Africa, and all the distinguished participants in this forum today, very important forum Good morning. Amjambo. Kule nyuma amjambo. Naona kama bado tuko. Okay. I see you're like disconnected a bit, but now I can see the attention is here. I'm very happy to be here today, this morning, to preside over this very important event and celebrate one of the innovations which is now offering us solutions and connecting, we've been told here, 66,000 small businesses across East Africa, in Nairobi being the largest. And therefore, for us, in our perspective as the Ministry of Cooperative and MSME, helps to complement the drive to promote trade across Kenya and maybe in the region. We are largely an MSME country, and Kenya is an MSME republic. And for that reason, the instruments and the tools that we need to use to promote and support business are platforms like this. So I'm happy, and when I got this invite, I was really excited. Also, as I go to read my statement, there are a number of activities that Kenya government has identified as strong pillars that will promote this country to another level. We've identified agriculture. We have identified, and thank you, Belarus, you've been helping us to promote agriculture, support us with dryers, some equipments and implements. That is one pillar. The other pillar is MSMEs. We notice 80% of our employment or jobs come from MSMEs. So, Mr. President, and that word president in the 80s, you could not use it. There was only one president. Now there are many presidents. It was treasonable to use that word. Now we have many presidents. When you engage on international diplomacy and business relation, ensure, other than the Ministry of Trade and Industry, which deals with the big boys, the MSME is a very important pillar that needs to be nurtured, incubated, and accelerated. And most of the people in this room are in that sector. So MSME is an important pillar. And as government, we are gearing all our efforts to supporting MSME. The third pillar is health, Afya. And you've seen we are rolling out in the next 1 month UHC program targeting small informal people. The fourth pillar is digital superhighway. Again, on this, Madam Secretary from the Ministry of ICT are doing a wonderful job, opening apps, connectivity apps in our markets, and women and mama mbogas are now able to load their products on a platform in a remote market in the village and showcase their wares on that platform. That is transformation, because ideally she could have recruited distributors, physical, across the whole country, which cost a lot of money. But by just uploading their products on a platform, you open access to many consumers who could easily bid for their wares. The fifth and last pillar is housing. And housing is a big issue. We have a shortage of over 200,000 houses in Kenya, and the low and affordable housing is a program, and we expect to onboard. I look forward to a platform that carries the materials, the windows, the doors, the tiles. Those masonry can utilize this platform to showcase their skills and products. those in other supplies alongside, in agriculture, in MSME, in housing, in health, can also showcase their expertise in this platform. And therefore, my presence and our perspective, as far as this is concerned, it is a proven concept. Digital platforms, Alibaba, Amazon, they've done wonderful. People now are ordering products on digital platforms. They no longer shop physically in malls. You find people now going to Google. Like my children, what they want, they just tell me, "Where is your? Do you have your Visa card, Dad?" Then I'll say, "It's something I want to buy." "How do you buy?" He said, "No, just I will go to this forum. You see this photo. I want to buy this. In 1 hour, it's delivered to the house." So I have decided to keep my card in the office, so that when it is asked for, I tell them I forgot it. I forgot my card in the office, because now we normally shop on Sunday. When we go to church, then we pass through a mall. At that time, I sacrifice. I open up for any expenditure. But now it can happen any day, any time of the. So it promotes business, the platforms that we have. So I want to really, really appreciate the initiative that you have put in place, and you complement a lot what we do as a ministry. This is the first time we have a standalone ministry of MSME. So we ride on your success, we ride on your platform, and I really welcome in organizations like GIZ, Belarus, TradeMark, to really support the ministry, because we are really young. We are supposed to provide policy, we're supposed to provide leadership, but we are yet to build our strength and structures. So any support that comes, you're welcome. GIZ, I have space for you. You have a room for you. You want to sit there. I have a desk and office for you. Just come. And we support these people, because where we sit, we can now look at the whole country, look at the whole MSME. So, Dr. Sambili, when these people knock on your doors, please welcome them. We are ready for you. Karibuni sana. So with those, it is my distinct pleasure to join you today for this important forum on the pivotal role of digital inclusion in powering trade in East Africa. I extend my appreciation to the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry for creating a platform for this very timely discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2 decades, the internet revolution, backed by proliferation of mobile phones and broadband internet connectivity, has quite literally placed the power of globalization at the fingertips of citizens everywhere. The emergence of these novel technologies and their growing adoption have revolutionized industries, reshaped customer behavior, and redefined the way business and trade are conducted across the globe. This digital evolution has spurred the development of small but rapidly growing tech sector, particularly in urban hubs, with innovative entrepreneurs launching new digital-enabled services and creating 21st century jobs. More significantly, the adoption of digital technology is gradually driving productivity gains in traditional bricks and mortar industries. The digital economy has also lowered barriers to entry and helped connect MSMEs with global markets and value chains by providing essential services to facilitate their exports. Communication networks in e-commerce platforms are creating new opportunities for businesses and workers in developing countries. Digital platforms are being leveraged to promote innovation and entrepreneurship, empower women traders, and fill credit gaps through credit, mobile, and digital solutions. Digital inclusion is crucial for success of MSMEs in today's digital landscape. Kenya is ranked highly and on global indices on e-commerce. The country accounts for 7.7% in internet economy and 9% for the software programs in Africa. It is anticipated by 2050, Kenya will be accounting for 15.17% in Africa. E-commerce is increasingly important aspect of today's economy. It offers opportunities to overcome some of the traditional obstacles to trade, including the cost associated with physical distance. This opens up unprecedented cross-border opportunities. A World Trade Organization study found that lowering cost and increasing productivity, digital technologies could boost trade by up to 34% by 2030. However, despite the promise shown by this digital evolution, it has not yet amounted to a trade revolution in Africa. For decades, our development trajectory has been based on export of raw materials and natural resources with little to no value addition. This reliance has made our countries vulnerable to price volatility, causing our economies to experience perennial swings. Consequently, a continent of 1.3 billion people remains stuck at the bottom of global value chains, contributing only 1.9% of global trade. Furthermore, Africa investment in critical components of digital infrastructure, such as digital marketplaces, open market platforms, and logistics infrastructure for physical delivery of digitally ordered products, has been low compared to other regions in the globe. In East Africa, digital divide persists owing to the low number of people using internet. For your information, 30% of the total population. The low number of people using bank accounts or mobile money, 40%, lack of secure internet servers, and unreliable postal services. While Kenya is a leading regional digital and economic hub in East Africa, it still lags behind in global digital economy GDP rankings, majorly due to limited access to digital equipment. In education, industry, digital literacy and skills development, gender inequality escalates the gap, with women facing more barriers to accessing technology. Poverty significantly impacts access, as low-income individuals often cannot afford digital services. High equipment costs and urban-rural disparity further widen the divide, making it difficult for the disadvantaged population to bridge the digital gap. So, ladies and gentlemen, recognizing these trends, substantial benefits of digital trade, and the need to address the pressing challenges brought about by the digital divide, the Africa Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government decided in February 2020 to include protocol on e-commerce in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. The AU draft Africa Commerce Strategy positions AFCFTA as a central to Africa international e-commerce trade, emphasizing its role in integrating Africa firms into value chains and fostering cross-border partnership. It highlights mobile money platforms as key enablers and underscores the socio-economic benefits, including improved digital literacy and connecting MSME to larger markets. For your information, Mr. President, on the 23rd of this month, the Secretary General of Africa Continent Free Trade Area will be here in Nairobi, and we will be discussing opportunities to launch products and financial services partnering with UBA, and soon we will be launching UBM. We are pushing for single-digit interest rates and lower eligibility requirements for MSME. We would want to lessen. And working with our new Kenya Credit Guarantee Scheme, will be able to offer the MSMEs an opportunity to access more loans, bigger tickets, as opposed to what we have now. Many commercial banks licensed and regulated by central bank comply with certain eligibility requirements. The need for security and collateral is being a big challenge to many MSMEs. And therefore, we are looking at many options and opportunities to open up the financial space. One of them will be a partnership between AFCTA and UBA and the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME, working together with the National Treasury and the Central Bank. This will lead to amendment of central bank licensing rules to lower especially eligibility for MSMEs. This, I believe, will open more. We don't have a problem of money in Kenya. All banks, the 47 of them, they pronounce themselves that they promote MSME. They have money for MSME. They post mind-boggling figures every accounting year. But when you go deeper and look at their books, there's very little, very limited funding to MSME. And it's for that reason we've gone down to check where the problem is. And from our regulatory view, and now we regulate banks, the kind of checklist that we subject them discourages any financial institution to touch any MSME. So we're making efforts. The Kenya Credit Guarantee will put in money to give comfort to this financial institution to a certain percentage so that they can match the money, they can match the loans and lessen, and also go further and look at the CBK, Central Bank of Kenya, lending rules. So that will also give an opportunity to you, the MSME. And that's a new policy shift and focus to open up the financial space for the MSME. The East African Regional Bloc is also working towards implementing single-digit markets in East Africa, which proposes a unified online market, allowing businesses, governments, and consumers to access digital private and public services, enable e-commerce transactions, and facilitate seamless access to digital content and data from anywhere within the region. To support greater digitization in the country, the Kenya government has invested heavily in ICT infrastructure and services. This infrastructure includes 6 submarine fiber optic cables offering broadband connectivity, 9,000 kilometers of terrestrial fiber optic cable connecting virtually all country headquarters, and geographical and population mobile broadband coverage 56% of the 96% respectively. The government is also fast-tracking broadband connectivity across the 47 counties by construction of 100,000 kilometers of national optic fiber backbone infrastructure, which will enable internet connectivity, laying a strong foundation for e-commerce development. To enhance government service delivery, over 80% of critical government services are available on e-citizen. So the days of traveling to Nairobi or to your district headquarters, those of us who went to university in the 90s and 2000, you remember the boom. I don't know whether anyone remember the boom in this room. Yes, I can see one. Any other person? Yes, another one. We are becoming endangered species. We used to go to our district headquarters, and you would report to your district commissioner. First, you have to demonstrate you have not thrown a stone in the university in the period. So by going to the DC, you are also submitting to authority. Then your form is filled, and then you go to KCB, there was one KCB in per district, which was not necessarily profitable, but to offer government services like higher education loan support. So we would go there and collect our money. And it was physical. You must sign. There was a red book. And we used to bank with the Post Bank. They were not connected. The branch in Kenyatta Avenue did not read their computer in Moy Avenue. So you had to physically move to Moy Avenue, to Kenyatta Avenue, to Post Bank headquarters. Do you relate to that story? And from that point, we've really moved. Now we are delivering. I pioneered registration of senior citizens for benefit of social security funds, that is social protection funds, Inua Jamii. Now this year, we registered 1.1 when I was Minister for Labor and Social Protection. We can now deliver that stipend at the comfort of their hands. Every beneficiary can receive that money on their phone. They don't have to travel. We went through a lot of challenges during COVID, moving those old people to queue in a common place, exposing them to potential threat of COVID. 1.1 million Kenyans are now on that platform, and they are able to receive their money, courtesy of the connectivity we have in Kenya. The farmers, we have 5.5 million farmers on this platform, on a common platform, courtesy of digital connectivity in Kenya. We are moving 80% of government services, birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates, passports, and all those government services. I believe going forward, even processing our titles, processing our physical planning, processing our certificates, release of exams. We used to queue. Exams will be released on a Monday by the Minister of Education. He was called Peter Oloaringo. And he will release the results on a Monday. You will get your results on Friday, because the provincial director of education will have to come to Nairobi and collect physically your results. And then he will bring them to Nairobi, Nakuru, and there are 13 or 14 districts. The district education officers from the 13 districts will now physically come to Nakuru, provincial headquarters of Rift Valley, and collect their respective results per district. That is on a Wednesday. The results were released on Monday. Then it will be in my county headquarters, Cabernet, on Thursday, the district education officer. So my district education officer will be in Cabernet now. That is on Thursday, and results were released on Monday. So my division education officer will now go to Cabernet to pick on Friday. And then my aid teacher will be on Saturday waiting for the DEO on Saturday so that he can pick the results, and he comes to school. I see my results on Saturday. Have you seen the journey we have traveled? That is 1 week. Results were released on Monday, you get them on Saturday, because there is a physical movement and it's on paper. Now, when my colleague CS Ezekiel Mashogu announces results today, it is instantaneously, spontaneously, within 2 minutes, everybody in Kenya has seen their results. Within 2 minutes of his announcement, all the 5 million students would have known what they scored in the exam, courtesy of digital connectivity. So it's revolutionary. Farmers do not have to carry bags of fertilizer physically, and they do not have to carry money. You can actually now connect productivity with delivery of fertilizer. You can actually know how you can project our production using the inputs we are giving farmers. because there is a relationship between the inputs and the production. And therefore, we can plan for storage, we can plan for post-harvest management, like if we are doing maize, wheat, we must already anticipate we are going to harvest this amount of bags, and therefore we need silos, we need dryers, we need storage. So it helps to plan forward as opposed to like a shock harvest. We already know, we can map out. Again, on weather, we used to have somebody called Ngwata Francis. I think you know him. And he was the only person who had the power to move a cloud from Nairobi to Western Province. So he will say there will be rain here, and then he shift the same cloud, there will be rain here, and weather here, and weather there. So we used to listen to Ngwata Francis. I don't know where Ngwata Francis went, because even though it was very rudimental, he was using rudimentary approaches. I think to some extent, it was close to the right prediction of weather. Now you are told, and I remember a profound statement by the late Sharif Nasir. We were watching news. I really followed the news when I was in high school. We used to be allowed to watch news after 9 o'clock just to follow how the country is moving. So we would see that. So one day, the Honorable Sharif Nasir said, I think the tools, the weatherman tools are getting old. Because yesterday Ngwata Francis said there will be heavy rains, it will be cold, stormy, and thunderstorms. So I put on my sweater, my t-shirt, my shirt, my jacket, and umbrella. When I woke up, there was no single cloud on the sky. So again, in terms of weather, today, using digital platform and connectivity, we can access the most sophisticated weather prediction instruments. We can see storms coming. We can see rain coming. We can connect with European, American, and even Middle East weather and the pattern of clouds, and we can be able to see how rain will come to Kenya. And using that, we can inform our farmers. We can tell our farmers what is expected, and our farmers can prepare accordingly for planting, for harvesting, and any post-harvest protection. That is the power of digital connectivity. So digital connection, even transportation, you've seen people now come to your house using Google Maps. So if you have no connection, you really have to send a car to go and wait for your visitor in a corner and then escort the fellow to your house. But with digital connectivity, your visitor will just be given the PIN and he will arrive on time. You don't have to guide that person. You also don't have to guide even aeroplanes. They use the same digital connection. The entire aviation management, the entire arrival, the departures, you no longer have to worry calling people. Have you departed? Have you landed? What time can I pick you from the airport? What time are you there? All these things are now on your phone. So there is real power. And because of all that, it means, one, you are in control of your time. Two, you don't waste time. Three, it is efficient way of managing things. So many things happen. If I'm going to attend an event in a function, I'm late, and it's covered and it's connected digitally, I can begin to follow and even reference in my speech what other speakers have said while I'm on the road. I can be able to follow the events in that function. So that is the power of digital connection in Kenya. And therefore, what we are launching or what we are witnessing today is just another case for e-commerce. We want to see our farmers. We want to see our traders. We want to see our people connected together. There is so much trade. That is the dream we have for the hustlers. We have now connected over 22 million hustlers in a common platform. And possibly working with ISOCO, we can put them together so that they can trade, they can relate, they can communicate, they can mentor each other, they can support each other, they can trade with each other. Those 22 million Kenyans, I think it's the largest platform in the country or in Africa that has a single population of 22 million people on board. So it is my wish and prayer that we harness the power of digital connectivity to promote business, promote health, promote agriculture, housing, and all our pillars. That is the desire that we have. According to the World Bank reports, the growth of digital trade in Kenya can be attributed to improved internet connectivity coupled with access to mobile money platforms such as M-Pesa. This widespread uptake of mobile money services has increased financial inclusion for the unbanked and promoted digital transaction, which account for 70% of all money transacted in the country. The government, through my ministry, is also implementing financial inclusion fund, dubbed the Hustler Fund. The fund is empowering the people at the bottom of the pyramid, free low-income citizens from the bondage of loan sharks, and provide them with financial security they deserve. The fund is fully transacted digitally. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to harness the potential of commerce in the digital age, it is essential to make substantial simultaneous investment in digitization and building up of local industry capabilities to achieve digital inclusion, contribute to increasing intra-East Africa trade, increase Kenya's shares of global trade, as well as improve our trade balance, which has historically been in the deficit as a result of over-reliance on imported manufactured goods. Both of these approaches are simultaneously necessary to bridge the rural-urban divide, gender disparity, digital illiteracy, insufficient or inaccessible ICT, and high mobile penetration contrasted with limited connectivity. Digitization is the next frontier. As we know, women in Kenya own staggering 61% of unlicensed MSMEs, while only 6.4% are owned by men. These statistics highlights the incredible drive and entrepreneurial spirit of Kenyan women. However, they often face hurdles in meeting regulatory requirements and accessing startup capital. This limits their business growth potential. And for your information, the startup bill is now before the House, before National Assembly, and it's intended to support Kenyans with creative, innovative ideas, and we will incubate them at Kenya Industrial Estates, and we will support them, accelerate them. The GIZ is already supporting us with about 3.7 billion shillings. That will be used to support up to 100,000 youth, young people, and MSMEs and through KIE. Once they achieve a certain threshold, the Kenya Industrial Estates has the mandate to support industrial activities up to 20 million shillings. So startups in Kenya has been an idea that has not taken root. We're now in onboarding legislative and regulatory structures to entrench the need for startups. So I want to welcome all MSMEs, those who may have ideas, creative ideas, innovations, and may want to join us. The startup bill will also attract venture capitalists, will attract angel financiers, it will attract donor support. Those who may want to, even philanthropists, will be welcome to support the startup through Kenya Industrial Estates. So we'll have a separate account which will be used to support. So I welcome you to begin to imagine or prepare for startup support. And that's why I particularly commend Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and TradeMark Africa for creating ISOCO digital platform. By equipping marginalized groups, including women, with digital tools and resources, ISOCO empowers them to access markets and navigate the digital world. The other day, some young men, we are from the county. I come from Baringo County. Every December, we sell live goats in a place called Kimalel. Some young men who left university decided to become creative, and they onboarded e-farmer, where they have tagged goats in the county with an estimated weight and price, and they are putting it on a platform. They tested in the recent Ramadan, and 100 goats were sold in 5 minutes, something that normally physically required the whole country to go to Kimalil to buy 1,000 goats. They sold 100 goats in 5 minutes. And you will choose your goat, they group the goats, they put it in a lorry, deliver them in Nairobi. There are 10 sales in Nairobi, 20 in Moranga, 20 in Nakuru. They put them in a lorry, it's delivered. All transacted digitally. Payments, delivery, and receipt is done digitally. It's only the goods which are moved physically. So even ISOCO, you can promote this idea across the pastoralist, so that the pastoralist, even in northern Kenya, the pastoralist in southern Rift, can actually tag their animals with an estimate weight and value and put it on this platform. And those who are interested in buying for meat to slaughter can actually now source. Nairobi people, they don't know. Most of them think that milk comes from Carrefour. They don't know it comes from a cow. Some who don't know how they get their meat in the supermarket. So this process can actually open up market opportunity for also the pastoralists who have been sometimes, I say, marginalized. You can actually onboard them now through this platform, and you avail their normal economic activity on a platform like this. And I think it can be done. In conclusion, my ministry looks forward to collaborate with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, as well as relevant stakeholders, to identify concrete steps towards digital inclusion for MSME. Let's create a roadmap that equips our entrepreneurs with tools and skills they need to navigate the digital world and become the driving force of our economy. Together we can unlock the true potential of Kenya's business and empower digitally inclusive future. Imagine a future where every Kenyan entrepreneur, regardless of gender or location, has the tools and resources to succeed in the digital age. Through collaboration and innovation, this future is within reach. Let's make it happen. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Want to, Honorable CS, before you exit the stage, allow me to invite back the Chamber President. He had mentioned about a small demonstration on ISOCO. So also allow me to invite Ambassador Pavel. After this, we'll have also, and Mary. After that small presentation, we'll have a photo session, a quick one. So I'll mention the order at which we are to have that. How was that speech? I know most of us can literally touch the movements where we have been in matters technology. So as that is being added to the CS, let's appreciate the clap. Nice one. Yeah, for the ambassador. Oh, Mary. Sherehe imeanza. Yeah, and Mary representing the PS ICT. Nice one. Yeah, so the order was you first have with the chief guest. So the vendor, we appreciate that. Yeah, so that transaction happened. The vendor is here. Yes, so I want to believe all the directors are here. Yeah, all the directors, the national directors. In 5, 4, the CEO, 3, 2, 1. So I'll request the directors to retreat. We have the chief guest and the partners. In 5, 4, oh, these are the side. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I'll request the partners to retreat. Yeah, the CEO, you can join here. You're there. Yeah, thanks a lot. So from here, the chief guest, our chamber president, will usher our chief guest to sample. We have exhibition booths right outside, so it's only him and our chamber president will proceed and also have the media engagement. The rest of us, tubaki kidogo, tuchape story. I want to apologize for the time and all that. I know we still have our tea to take. But nonetheless, we can combine with lunch. Yeah, as that engagement outside will require like 15 minutes. Magdalene, you are next. Yeah, so as that discussion will require like 15 minutes before we exit, I'll want to invite the next speaker. I think we had a demonstration on our ISOCO platform was, and Rachel, the business development, you're still there? Just a demonstration of how the platform works. Anyone from ISOCO who was making that presentation? Yeah, to show us how that, I think it was a video. Yeah, so a minute, she's making her way in.
Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before Isoko came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Isoko being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have a physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on Isoko, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we would send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito, lakini saizi kupitia kwa Isoko ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On Isoko, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on Isoko that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through Isoko, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition. Because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the Isoko with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on board. Now they're at the border doing real business, the cereals business, the fruits business.
At this time now I can manage to even take my children to school, even to put something on the table.
In my opinion, the feature that's most valuable for women is the marketplace. Once you list your products there, for sure you're assured that it's going to reach a wide range of people.
Isoko is a potential provider, motivator of businesses. It will be able to promote and champion intra-Africa trade, which is still less than 17%. So I want to encourage the business practitioners to really adopt and register in Isoko is the way to go.
Yes, so I would like to encourage other women in business to join the platform. It's not only a place where you market, but also where you can get information. people you can work with and people you trust, because I think they're vetted when they're put there. So I would advise anyone who's hesitant of joining the platform to actually do it, because it has worked for us and we've seen the benefits. It's true.
iSoko is a digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before iSoko came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point, and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, iSoko being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have our physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on iSoko, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we'd send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito, lakini saizi kupitia kwa iSoko ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On iSoko, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on iSoko that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side, and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya, but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through iSoko, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition. Because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the iSoko with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on board. Now they're at the border doing real business, the cereals business, the fruits business.
At this time now I can manage to even take my children to school, even to put something on the table.
In my opinion, the feature that's most valuable for women is the marketplace. Once you list your products there, for sure you're assured that it's going to reach a wide range of people.
iSoko is a potential provider, motivator of businesses. It will be able to promote and champion intra-Africa trade, which is still less than 17%. So I want to encourage the business practitioners to really adopt and register in iSoko. Is the way to go.
Yes, so I would like to encourage other women in business to join the platform. It's not only a place where you market, but also where you can get information, people you can work with and people you trust, because I think they're vetted when they're put there. So I would advise anyone who's hesitant of joining the platform to actually do it, because it has worked for us and we've seen the benefits. It's true.
iSoko is a digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before iSoko came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point, and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, iSoko being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have our physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on iSoko, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we'd send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito, lakini saizi kupitia kwa iSoko ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On iSoko, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on iSoko that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side, and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya, but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through iSoko, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition. Because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the ISO code with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on board. Now they're at the border doing real business, the cereals business, the fruits business.
At this time now I can manage to even take my children to school, even to put something on the table.
In my opinion, the feature that's most valuable for women is the marketplace. Once you list your products there, for sure you're assured that it's going to reach a wide range of people.
ISOCO is a potential provider, motivator of businesses. It will be able to promote and champion intra-Africa trade, which is still less than 17%. So I want to encourage the business practitioners to really adopt and register in ISOCO is the way to go.
Yes, so I would like to encourage other women in business to join the platform. It's not only a place where you market, but also where you can get information, people you can work with and people you trust, because I think they're vetted when they're put there. So I would advise anyone who's hesitant of joining the platform to actually do it, because it has worked for us and we've seen the benefits. It's true.
ISOCO is a digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before ISOCO came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point, and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ISOCO being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have our physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on ISOCO, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we'd send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito, lakini saizi kupitia kwa ISOCO ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On ISOCO, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on ISOCO that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through ISOCO, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition. Because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the ISOCO with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on board. Now they're at the border doing real business, the cereals business, the fruits business.
At this time now I can manage to even take my children to school, even to put something on the table.
In my opinion, the feature that's most valuable for women is the marketplace. Once you list your products there, for sure you're assured that it's going to reach a wide range of people.
ISOCO is a potential provider, motivator of businesses. It will be able to promote and champion intra-Africa trade, which is still less than 17%. So I want to encourage the business practitioners to really adopt and register in ISOCO is the way to go.
Yes, so I would like to encourage other women in business to join the platform. It's not only a place where you market, but also where you can get information, people you can work with and people you trust, because I think they're vetted when they're put there. So I would advise anyone who's hesitant of joining the platform to actually do it, because it has worked for us and we've seen the benefits. It's true.
ISOCO is a digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before ISOCO came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point, and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ISOCO being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have our physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on ISOCO, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we would send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito, lakini saizi kupitia kwa ISOCO ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On iSoko, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on iSoko that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya, but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through iSoko, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition. Because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the iSoko with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on board. Now they're at the border doing real business, the cereals business, the fruits business.
At this time now I can manage to even take my children to school, even to put something on the table.
In my opinion, the feature that's most valuable for women is the marketplace. Once you list your products there, for sure you're assured that it's going to reach a wide range of people.
iSoko is a potential provider, motivator of businesses. It will be able to promote and champion intra-Africa trade, which is still less than 17%. So I want to encourage the business practitioners to really adopt and register in iSoko is the way to go.
Yes, so I would like to encourage other women in business to join the platform. It's not only a place where you market, but also where you can get information. People you can work with and people you trust, because I think they're vetted when they're put there. So I would advise anyone who's hesitant of joining the platform to actually do it, because it has worked for us and we've seen the benefits. It's true.
iSoko is a digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before iSoko came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point, and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, iSoko being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have our physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on iSoko, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we would send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito, lakini saizi kupitia kwa iSoko ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On iSoko, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There is a feature on bookkeeping that's on iSoko that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya, but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through iSoko, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition. Because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the iSoko with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on board. Now they're at the border doing real business, the cereals business, the fruits business.
At this time now I can manage to even take my children to school, even to put something on the table.
In my opinion, the feature that's most valuable for women is the marketplace. Once you list your products there, for sure you're assured that it's going to reach a wide range of people.
iSoko is a potential provider, motivator of businesses. It will be able to promote and champion intra-Africa trade, which is still less than 17%. So I want to encourage the business practitioners to really adopt and register in iSoko is the way to go.
Yes, so I would like to encourage other women in business to join the platform. It's not only a place where you market, but also where you can get information, people you can work with and people you trust, because I think they're vetted when they're put there. So I would advise anyone who's hesitant of joining the platform to actually do it because it has worked for us and we've seen the benefits. It's true.
iSoko is a digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before iSoko came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, iSoko being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have a physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on iSoko, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we'd send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito. Lakini saizi kupitia kwa iSoko ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On iSoko, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on iSoko that we use. So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more
information. And that is why we have been at the center of this digital trade dialogue. And I want to appreciate our members who are here today, who have really played a key role. Of course, from our director of programs, iyo maneno ya MC, iyo ni yenu, director of programs, who is also our member of the Innovation and Digital Economy Committee. And Alice Wamboy, please say hi to our, that's Alice Wamboy. She's also a member of the Innovation and Digital Economy Committee. So I want to share a bit about the Innovation and the Digital Committee, what our role is, and why were we constituted at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. And it is the newest committee which has brought together different experts. And at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, they have seen that digital transformation and innovation needs to be part of the agenda of every business, in every business. And that's why we were constituted. And our role, mainly, we focus on innovation and digital economy. And we promote things like policy and regulation. Of course, Chamber is also an advocacy group, and we want to create also to see ways in which we can advocate for policies that encourage local innovation, and also considering Kenya Vision 2030 goals and the national ICT policy. And the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, we want to be part of that. And that's why we were constituted. And you all had the CS talk about the startup bill. And I want to say that I was personally part of the team that organized dialogue or conversations across the country in 10 regions just to talk about the startup bill and also to give feedback and provide information to the government about how the startup bill needs to work. So I think that's why part of it, we want to advocate for those policies, and we want to really work closely with the government to ensure that, we have the right startup bill. We know that there's a lot of conversation, but we want to push and see how we have the right bill, which actually talk about the local innovation. We also work, of course, with the government, I've talked about, in the areas of e-commerce, data privacy, as well as also cybersecurity. As we go online, tumeenda online, sindio? We also need to protect our data, right? You can imagine if you lose your data, and that's why cybersecurity is very important. We also, is very important, and also one of the key things that we do at the Innovation and the Digital Economy Committee is we promote, of course, we support local innovations. That is, we promote initiatives that foster a Kenyan innovative ecosystem, such as working within different groups. And recently we were part of the team that we were helping the TVET institution come up with a standard that will enable innovations and entrepreneurship in different TVET institutions. We also want to advocate for funding mechanisms like, of course, grants, loans, and other tax specifically for Kenyan startups and also innovative businesses. And one of the key things that we are very keen on, these are some of the things that we are working on, is this digital skills development. That means building capacity of businesses on how they can adopt some of the technologies that exist to make your businesses efficient. That means you can reduce cost. And there are so many platforms, which are some of them are open source, that you can leverage on in terms of communication. Kuna Slack and others. Kuna Zoho. There are so many others, even QuickBooks and others, that we need to create awareness and train you on how you can leverage on those innovations, including even having an online presence, as easy as even having a digital online presence. Because the first thing when someone asks for your business, someone who don't know you, is they go online and they try to Google you to see if you have an online presence. And those are some of the things that we really want to advocate and we really want to focus for. And also advocate for integrating digital literacy in, of course, even working with the national curriculum, working with the TVET institution, and all the training institutions that we have in the country. We also want to push for initiatives. We want to push for initiatives, sorry, I've missed that. We want to push for initiatives that increase internet access and affordability in underserved areas in Kenya. And of course, Wangeshi told us about ISOCO. We want ISOCO to get to every corner of this country. So that's part of the things that we are going to do. And also promote the development of digital literacy programs in local communities. That's one of the things. And also leveraging on international digital trade opportunities like the African Continental Free Trade areas, among other things that we would like to advocate as the Innovation and Digital Economy Committee. I hope it is addressing all the needs of the businesses that are here. In address, does it address all your needs? Yeah, so if it is addressing all your needs, we'll also be happy to hear more about how best we can help you and how best we can work within the innovation and the digital economy to promote businesses through all the things that I've shared with you. So thank you very much for listening on that. So we go to the panel discussion, and I would like to invite all my panelists to front. From Shina. Shina is here. Grace Han, Bundi, Phoebe, and TradeMark Africa. Oh yeah. Karibu. How many are we? Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. I can't sit until all our Thank you so much. So we have our panelists here from risk management, all the way from Kuza International, agribusiness and how they are leveraging on technology. And we also have a panelist from the Digital Transformation Center at GIZ. TradeMark Africa is also here with us today. And the Women in Technology from Safaricom. I'm also very happy because the gender is well represented here. So, yeah, so compared to morning where we had the opposite, so we are now balancing it. So we'll start with the introduction, just to get to know our panelists. And I'll give each and every one of our panelists to introduce themselves, starting from the Safaricom there. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. As earlier mentioned in the morning, my name is Donna Rege. Representing Safaricom in 3 capacities today. I lead the IT governance domain. I'm also the business manager for IT section. And then lastly, I head Safaricom Women in Technology. I've been in Safaricom for 14 years now. I have a career spanning through agri-tech, e-commerce, telecoms engineering, and currently now business strategy and management. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresius Bundi. I represent GIZ under the Digital Transformation Center. I work there as an advisor for data economy as well as gig economy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Anataria Uwamaria. I lead the private sector portfolio within TradeMark Africa that covers the work that we do on value chain development and market systems, public-private dialogue and export capability, greening trade, logistics, and our inclusion program where ISOCO falls under. It's a pleasure being here with you all.
Hi everyone, my name is Sheena Raikundalia. How to describe myself? I've had a very interesting career. I'm a failed entrepreneur. I'm very proud of that. I started my startup and failed, but I learned more from that failed startup than I have in my entire career as a lawyer and MBA combined. So I used to be a lawyer for 10 years in London. I moved to Kenya. We joined an impact investing fund where we tried to bring a $100 million fund here to Africa. We started this concept of angel investing, where how do you get people stop investing in property, start investing in entrepreneurs. It worked very, very well. It started in Nairobi with NIBAN, but it's expanded to lots of different other regions, including, I think, Eldoret is doing some amazing work, Kisumu, etc. I then joined the British government, where I was the country director for the UK Kenya Tech Hub for 5 years. But then I got tired of just being a donor and giving money. So I decided to join a startup, a scale-up actually, called Agritech, because my passion is agriculture. I believe that Kenya and Africa, we can feed ourselves, feed the world, and create jobs and businesses whilst doing so, but in the agri sector. I think that lots of, and I like this idea of let's move beyond farming as these mezes and plowing away and these old mamas to actually like young people looking at agri-business, making money and using technology. I also do a little bit of government advisory work. So I sit on the board of Kenya and I advise the Ministry of ICT on jobs, digital skills, innovation. And Kuza, the company that I joined as the Chief Growth Officer, no pun intended. But what Kuza has done is we have about 1 million farmers on the platform. How many of you are farmers? Is anybody a farmer? So who came and registered you? Did you see some people came and registered you and young people came and registered you? Your farm is now on the government website? Our agripreneurs did that. So we now have information. We partnered with the Kenyan government for the world's first DPI. So DPI is Digital Public Infrastructure. Kenya is we've opened the world's first agriculture network, which is huge. And what we've done at Kuza, sorry, I'm being a bit long, but what we've done at Kuza is we've got over 1 million farmers on our platform, but we don't service them directly. We train young people from their community, so rural youth. They go to them, we match them with about 200 farmers, and then they provide information through like video bites. We've got about 40 value chains in videos. You don't need internet, you don't need electricity. You go, they learn about whether it's tomatoes or whatever. Then through that, if they've got demand, they want fertilizer, they want seed, the young people do it, aggregated, so the farmers get a cheaper price, young people make a commission. And now my role is bringing the market. So I'm talking to all the big people, the bidcos, but the smaller agri-processors to say, what do you guys want? And I want to work backwards with the farmers so that they grow what these guys want, and then we carry that on. So I'll stop there.
Good afternoon. My name is Agrisan Kamau. I work for AR Insurance as a group risk manager, and I have been at this for about 14 years. Started off as a consultant at Deloitte, then moved on to a bank, and been in insurance for about 6 years. So my career spans about 15 years. That is in risk management, and I'm excited and delighted to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. Maybe later we'll talk about how to manage risk. I think risk management is also very important, especially in the digital era. So we'll talk about that. But first of all, like to start with Bundi from GIZ, who is the gig and data economy advisor at the GIZ. We want to know more about the gig economy program And also Katarina Halia talked about, how also some of the opportunities also for the SME and how they can leverage on the digital labor platform. So what are the key opportunities in the gig and data economy that can benefit Kenyan entrepreneurs?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I would start by saying that gig and data economy are burgeoning sectors. They are quite new sectors, but have significant opportunities that entrepreneurs can take advantage of. And at GIZ, so we have a flagship project called Gig Economy as well as Data Economy. And for gig economy, what we do is we capacity build gig workers, and we work at 3 levels. The first level is capacity building gig workers. Then we also work very closely with platforms to make sure now the gig workers are working within the fair working conditions and the fair working principles as developed by the Fair Work Foundation. Then at that level, we also work very closely with the policy stakeholders to make sure now we are instituting the policies that are going to create an enabling environment for the gig workers. So that's for gig economy. And for data economy, we are creating value out of data. We understand that, and it's a cliche now, that data is a new oil, data is a new gold. And as Africa, as Kenya, we understand that we are not short of data. We have quite enough data. While we have that data, it's highly fragmented. So what we do is we work with partners to make sure that we are creating value out of data. We are focusing on 4 sectors. That's in the climate sector, agriculture sector, fintech, and also gender. So we work with the organizations that able to collect data. They have data within their organization or their databases, and we come up with what we call data use cases on how to create value for the mwananchi. For example, we are currently implementing a project for using drone data with Kenya Flying Labs, using drone data for precision agriculture. We are also working with other partners to create credit scoring models for farmers or SMEs. And so maybe to your question on what are the opportunities that are there for entrepreneurs. Number 1 is platform development. As you might see, gig economy is all about how can a client meet a gig worker. For example, if you have a product, how can I meet you if I'm a buyer? So building of those platforms really becomes the first opportunity that I see, and it was very nice, well demonstrated here. iSoko is such a platform. There are other local platforms that exist that connect gig workers and clients, and they are locally developed here. The last time I was in Nakuru, I saw a platform called Mama Fua, right? Yeah, Mama Fua, where you're able to just get that service. Then skills development, that's also another opportunity because many Kenyans want to have the skills to be able to operate these platforms. They also need the digital skills for them to be able to navigate the gig economy and data economy. So I see there as an opportunity for entrepreneurs to capacity build and come up with skilling programs for the Kenyan youth who are interested in that sector. Financial services, we have insurance firms, we have banks. They can come up with products that are specific and targeting the gig workers because of the nature of gig work, which is, irregular income, but are there products that are targeted to the gig workers? And finally, maybe as I conclude, there are other services or support services. For example, co-working spaces. I've seen business people in towns like Nyeri, Nakuru, Nairobi here, where they are creating co-working spaces for gig workers who just need maybe 3 hours of sitting down and with their computer and their laptops for them to be able to work and earn a living. Thank you.
Thank you. So mumeambiwa, there are so many opportunities and we need to be up to speed with the latest trends for your business to survive. Otherwise, if you are not, you will close and you will cry like the Nokia CEO who cried and said we did nothing wrong, but it's because they were not innovative. So those are some of the things that you need to leverage on. And iSoko is one of them. iSoko is like a mall. Si mall ukienda, kuna mwenye anauza nywele, there is another one who sells, there is a supermarket, there is a hotel, all that, right? But now consider Isoko as a mall. It's a virtual mall. So I think that's also what he's talking about in terms of the digital labor platform. So I think I'll go straight to Sheena after the gig and data platforms. So I want to talk more about how can the Kenyan businesses leverage, not really that, talk about the trade inclusivity and digital integration. Of course, from your experience having worked at the British High Commission as the country director at the UK Kenya Tech Hub. And I think also I really learned a lot while you are still there, and how we develop even Sasa Kazi and ensuring that businesses are able to digitize while working with young people who are tech savvy to enable them to do that. So what lessons can be drawn about fostering digital inclusion and supporting small businesses in the digital economy, and how can these lessons be applied to promote equitable trade practices in Kenya as well as also across East Africa? Yeah.
Wow, that's a big question. So I'll make it I'll make it in a few short bites. So I think some of the biggest problems, and for those who know me will say I'm a very blunt person. So one of the things that I will say is, Kenyans, we're sharp, and sometimes I feel that we are overtrained and underfunded. So what I would say is, yes, capacity building and skills, etc., is very, very important. Don't get me wrong. This is not saying we don't need that. We do. But it needs to be market driven, right? So, and this is where digital platforms and being inclusive comes in. So I'll give you the Sasa Kazi example, and I'll give you the Kuza example. Now, Sasa Kazi was something that we co-developed with CHEP when I was at UK Kenya Tech Hub. And I remember at the time, everybody was talking about, we need to train young people, we need to train people, because then they need training so then they can get hired. Then you go to the businesses, and the businesses are like, these are kids from uni. How will I know what they're doing? And they want 4 years experience, 5 years experience. How do people get experience before you get the job? So we came up with Sasa Kazi as an apprenticeship, internship model. And we didn't go to the businesses and say, oh, please, take these people on. No, we said, what is your problem? Like, what do you need? And COVID had just hit at the time. And the businesses would be like, you know what? I need a website. Now I have to go online. Everyone talks about data, but what is this data? Can you help me with this? I need to market this new product. What is this digital marketing? I need somebody to start my Facebook channel, and all of these kind of things. And we said, right, give us your problems. They gave us their problems. We matched them with these young people who went in 3 months and delivered the project. Now, out of those, 90% of those kids were hired. So you see, it was market driven. If you go to the market, if you go to the people who are going to pay for it, then I think is the solution. Same thing with what we're doing at Kuza. It's a digital platform, and like I said, it's the world's first open network. So Isoko, you can partner. There's no fear about I'll take your data, you'll take mine. It's a global protocol. So the other thing about being inclusive is that trust, right? Like everybody says Amazon and all these Ubers, they're amazing, but they're closed platforms, right? In a way, they're extractive platforms. When you have an open platform and anybody can plug in and your data is protected, I think that's where we go with inclusion. And actually, the G20 that just kind of concluded, they made a resolution that for Africa and for the global south, DPI, digital public infrastructure, is the way forward. We cannot do what the West did now. We have to come up with a system. Just like the Thika Highway, annoying as Thika Highway is, it's for everyone, right? We need to make those public goods, the digital also public, so that everybody can plug in. The last example I'll give again in terms of the inclusive is, at the end of the day, tech is very important, but it's an enabler. I keep telling people, you can't eat tech, right? You can't. So tech needs to also be, this digital inclusion story needs to be in the context of, for example, in agriculture for food security. So why did I leave the British government to join an agri-tech? Because I keep going back, tech is an enabler. For me, being inclusive is not just Nairobi. We keep saying Nairobi is not Kenya, Kenya is not Nairobi. KNCCI, you're a prime example of how much opportunity there is. But there's so much opportunity in the agri-value chain. It's not just farming, right? It's aggregation, it's cold storage, it's processing, it's marketing. Marketing is my biggest example. Sukuma is poor man's food here, right? Kale in the US is superfood. When I was pregnant and when I had my baby, I was told, oh, she needs protein, you need amaranth. So I was like traveling, what's this amaranth? I bought these really expensive crackers. My nanny came home to me, she goes, you need terere. And I was like, and terere is like poor man's food, is what we considered it, right? And I was just like, so again, there's opportunities for
marketing. There's so many opportunities across the agri-value chain. So I think using digital and tech as an enabler, we can create business opportunities and jobs. And what's exciting about tech is then we collect some of that data in terms of how many transactions have been done. So I kid you not, from our young people, and I'll give you one data point, from our transactions, we've already got $1.5 million worth of transactions done by young people on that platform. And these people can't grow because no bank wants to lend to them. And yet we talk about developing credit scoring, etc. How does it get to the people who need it? So I'll stop.
Thank you. I think you said trust and data-driven. So let your business be data-driven, and the digital platform provides those data that you can actually leverage to run your business. You know, initially we used to go to market to wait for a known customer. You just put in your cabbage and everything for mama mbogas. You wait for someone that you don't know whether they'll show up or not. But nowadays we have data. We know where our customers are, and we need to take we know we do more of targeted marketing, and I like that trust and data-driven businesses or opportunities. So I'll go back to Safaricom. I think ISOCO would not have been possible without a payment system, right? Yeah, so without, e-commerce has different elements. We have the information, of course, we have ISOCO as a platform, and then now we have the payment system, which M-Pesa and mobile transfers has really provided. And I don't know where we are at the logistics. Maybe you can touch on that, because logistics is very important. And I think one of the things that has really affected the e-commerce, especially in Kenya, is logistics. So maybe you can touch on that later as you talk about that. But I wanted to know, as Safaricom plays a key role in Kenya's digital landscape, particularly in providing, of course, mobile and internet services, especially mobile money. How do you envision leveraging data-driven, what Sheena was talking about, insights to design and implement strategies that enhance digital inclusion for small businesses, and especially those owned by women and persons with disability? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I'll surely talk about logistics, because it matters when we're doing our e-commerce platform, it was one of our biggest issues also. But to your question, so I think for us as Safaricom, the biggest thing that we'll call out would be then, as we leverage on our data, where we play most in our core business, the first thing would be, how are we able to correlate the data, first of all, in terms of the access points? So where are these small businesses? Are they getting the proper connectivity and reliability? And I know out there in the market right now, there's a lot of push around our connectivity not being stable, not being available 100%. And so there's a lot of push currently, especially within our KPIs this year, to ensure we change that. So as you've seen, there's a lot of accelerated rollout, not only even from Safaricom, we've also seen Airtel also have gone quite big in terms of what they are doing to enhance connectivity. And I believe that connectivity is essential. When you have the digital platforms that your businesses are running on this, you depend on reliable, frictionless service to ensure you're able to connect to your customer, you're able to transact, your payment goes through on time. And so yes, this is something we are very big on this year, and you'll see quite a big difference on the same. Other than that, I think as Safaricom, a point we have decided to play on is in terms of our smartphone penetration. So for us to be able to leverage on these digital platforms and to be able to have our businesses go online for the various businesses that you're handling, we need most of us rather to own a smartphone. The smartphone penetration in our network currently is about 50%. That's still quite low, and we need to be able to support us to be able to get there. So one of the things we did, if you saw last year, we partnered with EDAC, East Africa Devices, and now we are trying to be able to develop our own devices based on our data, because we know you better, we know who you are, what you're doing. So how best do we create devices that are affordable, can help you still run your businesses, and also enable you to be able to connect at the most minimal and affordable cost. So currently we have a device that is about $50. We have been challenged because our counterparts, our Vodafone counterparts in South Africa have a $20 one. So actually now we are trying to work to get a $20 smartphone to the Kenyan citizens. And so with that, we are then giving you an opportunity to have your businesses online at a very affordable cost, unlike now. And then based also on the data, another thing would then be based on your usage patterns and the different behaviors and habits you have as a consumer. How then do we create products that are DEI oriented, or rather diversified and equitable and inclusive for all, especially for women and people living with disabilities. And so this is where, if you notice, for example, the last 2 years there's been a great push for the things we have like Hustler Fund. So it's quite unfortunate that when we rolled out Hustler Fund, as much as the uptake was so good, to date only about 47% of the opt-ins are women. Yet in this room, most of the people here are women. So I'm wondering, the statistics on Hustler are not showing the same thing. So is it we are scared of the risk that is there, or what is it? Yet we're the same people who do Chamas, we borrow from Chamas heavily. So again, yes, I was also expecting the numbers would then flip, and in Hustler would have more women than men. Then we also have the women, we're digitizing the Women Economic Fund with the government. We have M-COPA, or rather, Coppola Pochi. So Pochi is the one that you can separate your business and your personal money. Now we even have a loan version of it for businesses. So the different products we're now churning out, especially from a financial inclusion perspective, is all oriented in supporting women and then now people living with disability. And then lastly, also based on the products, as we do these products, we also have the opportunity of, we have 2 apps. I know currently we have the Safaricom app and the Super app. So we are trying to merge these 2. It's a very big project. It's about to go live soon. We're going to have one big app. It's called a One App or a Super app. The One App is basically trying to create a lifestyle app. And in this one, we are trying to leverage on AI, which is currently a big thing, to be able to give you hyper-personalized offers and opportunities to create a portfolio that you can use and run as you, customized to you. So you don't get the views you're currently getting. You get what matters with you or what speaks to you as an individual. Again, going back to how we use and correlate the data that we have. And also lastly, we are, as Safaricom currently this year, we are playing big on insurance and wealth. So we are asking ourselves, if we've been able to give you the loan platforms, we are now playing into trying to create a credit scoring platform for people. How best can we then now leverage to create a product in terms of insurance and wealth management that can support our hustlers, our mama mbogas, to be able to do their businesses at an affordable cost. Thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And have you heard of how Alibaba is currently thinking about how they can deliver their products to rural China in 2 hours? So I don't know if is it possible for us to do that?
So I guess this speaks back to partnerships. Yeah. So with the extensive network that we have in Safaricom, I believe this is where then we play with the different logistic partners in the ecosystem. And I think I like what Sheena normally says, the closed environments. We can't play in the closed environments. We have to go back and partner a lot. And in this case, so one of the biggest things we've always had as an issue is in the addressing system. So then how do we partner with the government and then the logistic providers to be able to create a geo-system that then can help us form an addressing system? That once we have that, and I think it's not a big challenge. I think it's just the commitment we have from the organizations, then we sit down and actually tackle it, because it's been done. We are not reinventing the wheel. So I think it's possible. It's just that, do we get the pressure from the vendors? Do we get the pressure from those who need it? Are we seeing the missed opportunities? Are they hitting us hard? And I feel like soon I'll hear the president say, this needs to be done by this date, and we will wake up and we will do it.
I know, right? So maybe Wangeshi, you will also tell us later how is it with Isoko and the logistics. But I want to go to TradeMark Africa. And of course, from TradeMark Africa, looks like you want to help us reach to the entire African market. I'm just thinking like a layman's, maybe you'll explain to us. So how can TradeMark Africa effectively translate the vision of trade inclusivity into concrete action? And what are the key priorities and strategies for ensuring that women entrepreneurs, who are the majority of our audience here, can benefit from the opportunities created by African continental free trade area? Yeah.
Thanks for that. So I will confirm we are trying to help you trade across Africa. That's why we transitioned to TradeMark Africa to support the implementation of the CFTA. So TradeMark's main mandate is facilitating sustainable and inclusive trade. So we've been working in East Africa since 2010. And our focus at that time was very much around trade facilitation, so reducing time and cost to move goods across the corridors, to enhance trade. So we did a lot of infrastructure work at the borders, building one-stop border posts, modernization of ports to boost efficiency of logistic services. But by the end of 2016, we were not seeing the resultant increase in trade. There was a lot of imports coming in, but not as much going out. So we had to take a step back and understand, for us to facilitate inclusive trade, we also have to diversify our focus. So going beyond the trade facilitation, but also focusing on working with private sector businesses, not only to enhance their capacity, but also for them to be able to access markets practically and trade. And then with that, you have to look at it from a segmentation perspective. So you have large businesses that are very capable of identifying those markets and opportunities, and then you come lower down to SMEs that struggle based on the size of business, but also the internal capacities. And then you have the highest segment within Africa, which is the informal economy. So a lot of the work that we do to facilitate inclusive trade focuses on bringing up those in the informal economy, but also looking at SMEs and not trying to keep them small. Because I think a lot of the support that is given to SMEs is, let's build your capacity, but the end game needs to be, how do we transition you to that next level? So it's good enough to support SMEs as a pathway to sustainable and inclusive trade, but for us, our vision is we provide that support with the end goal of making sure we are not leaving anyone behind, but also looking at it from the perspective of growth. Growth in terms of the segments within the ecosystem. So TradeMark's approach on inclusive trade, of course, primarily focused on supporting women entrepreneurs. We have now expanded that just based on outreach that we've had through the different programs to now also include youth and differently abled people. So with that, we work across 3 strategic areas. The first one is enhancing the business environment. So looking at the rules and regulations. And then when it comes to working with marginalized groups, also looking at the biases, the cultural issues that lead to discrimination and exclusion from the ecosystem. And then the biggest pillar that we have is capacity enhancement. So it's not just training, but practical linkages with the market. For the informal economy, we are also looking at how do we move them more toward structured trade, where they're more integrated in value chains, for example, whether it's through digital trade or partnerships, supply chain linkages, and then also looking at it from a market perspective. And then the last one is around sustainability. How do we build resilience of the businesses that are led by women and youth and SMEs in general? So addressing issues related to access to finance, and at the moment, and as a learning from the pandemic, but also a lot of the issues relating to climate change, looking at how we facilitate also adoption of green trade by SMEs and small businesses. So for us, that's the general framework, but it also comes across in 2 approaches, where we have targeted programming, so like the inclusion portfolio that focuses primarily on women, youth, and differently abled people. But then we also look at it from a mainstreaming perspective. All the infrastructure work that we do, all the digital trade work that we do, work around enhancing quality standards and SPS. How do we ensure that the needs of women, youth, and differently abled people are also incorporated within the solutions that we are offering? Again, we don't want to leave anyone behind, and we want to ensure that whatever solutions we are putting out are not creating a disparity bigger than what already exists. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I really like what TradeMark Africa is doing, ensuring that you are able to access different markets and you are able to sell your products across the continent. And I think Africa has a very huge market for us. Like Kenya's, we are at 50 million, Tanzania 54 million, Nigeria is at almost 150 million. That's already a huge market. We don't need to 200. Someone is 200 million. Yeah, over. I said over 150. Yes, but that's already a huge market for us. Even within East Africa, peke yake, even Uganda and Burundi and the other countries, there is a huge market, and I really like that. And I like the fact that I think training is very easy. It's easy to organize people and train, but doing the donkey work and ensuring that that products are able to reach a wider market is that a challenge. So thank you so much for sharing that. And now to managing risk. Lazima to manage risk, right? Yeah, I think every business has risk involved, and those risks needs to be managed. And I'm happy that we have Grace Ann Kamau, who is the Group Head of Risk and Compliance at AAR Insurance Limited. And she's going to touch on the digital transformation as well as also the risk management. So as the digital trade continues to grow, what are the emerging risks that small businesses should be aware of, and how can they mitigate the risk to ensure safe and compliant digital transaction? Over to you.
Thank you, Magdalene. And I want to just first start with risk management. When you came today morning, if you were flying, you must have decided I'm going to fly from wherever, either in the morning flight, I'll take a morning flight, sleep over, or take an evening flight, or you decided you'll fly the same day today and come here. If you're from Nairobi, you must have decided today we have a meeting at Radisson. I will wake up at say at 5 because I live on Thika Road, so that I'm in town and I'm in Radisson Blue by 8 or by 7:30. If you're a mother here, when you have a housekeeper, what you do, you decide, do I feel like I trust these housekeepers? Maybe say yes or no. For that reason, and my kids are young, I want to put CCTV just to be sure what is happening with my kids. For our businesses, what do we do? At times you do CCTV just to manage the risk of theft. It's just a deterrence, just to tell staff, hey, in case you do anything, I'm seeing you. Or if anyone is coming to steal from your business, we'll be able to identify you and trace you. That is all about risk management. Now, in businesses, you have to make decisions every day. And one of the opportunity that digital transformation presents is the opportunity for efficiency and growth at a very fast rate. And it reduces a lot of reworks and a lot of staff. So digital transformation offers an opportunity. However, it also carries a risk. So you need to balance between the opportunity and the risk. One of the risks that you face is cyber attacks. If you rely on your systems, if you've put in place your system, or if you rely on your phone and you clicked the wrong link, what would happen? You may actually kill your phone. Someone may take over your phone and start drawing money from your phone, right? So what are we talking about? You need to that is a risk already in a business. If you have system, if you're out of your system because someone attacked you, you have a malware, we had a ransom program that was called some while back, Raila. So on your screen you would keep seeing Raila. And so they were actually asking for money. For you to access your system, you had to deposit some money with them. So those are forms of attack. That is one key risk that you face as a business person. Another emerging risk is data privacy. When your customer visit your premises, sometimes we ask them, please leave me with your number. Who asks that? Have you asked your customer to leave you with your number so that when new stock comes in, you can share with them? Anyone? Yeah? So what happens? Have you asked the customer whether they are ready to be receiving marketing material? It is a breach actually if you keep sharing with your customer and they have not consented to it. A consent has to be affirmative. What does that mean? It actually means they have to sign somewhere. If you're asked by a court of law, can you demonstrate I accepted? I, as Grace Ann, may say, I can't remember. Maybe I was high that day, I was excited, any reason. So you need to actually have a tool, a digital tool that helps you consent. You can ask a request. Using a digital tool, you can send an SMS to your customer. Do you accept? And then they can say, I accept. You can even use Google Sheets, yeah, so that you can demonstrate that the customer actually accepted. So please, if you haven't been doing that, please do that. You saw the school that was penalized for about 4.5 million. It was a kindergarten in Nairobi. They went ahead and posted the kids' photos in their website to market. Just for that, they were penalized 4.5 million. So it is so serious. So you need to do something about data privacy. That is the other risk you face. The other risk is we also face compliance risk. I've just spoken to it. It's related to data privacy. If you breach a data privacy, you are likely to be penalized. If you transact using digital platform, you're required to pay your taxes, right? So have you been paying your taxes? If those are risks that could happen, where if you're caught not paying your taxes, the penalties from KRA could be hefty. So you need to comply. When you think about compliance, you have to think about what are the laws and regulations that impact your business. Do you know them? Apart from the business permit, are you aware of them? You may want to attend some training to be aware of what is impacting you, and then you are able to comply. Or you may even employ someone, like an outsource a lawyer, for example. Let them list for you all the laws that you're required to comply with, and what is a requirement. And then you can be ticking off and saying, if it is a monthly requirement, I've submitted my return tick. You know, it just helps you to comply. The other risk you face is also third-party risk. We rely on system, and we integrate and interface with our customer using system. It could be software, could be hardware. Some of these systems are provided by third parties. Yeah. So if the system goes down, for example, if you rely a lot on Instagram to sell your products, if that day we have a downtime, what does it mean for your business? If you store most of your data digitally, if you have a downtime, what does it mean for your business? Do you have backups for your data somewhere? It could be even contacts. Do you have your customers' contacts backup somewhere, written down or maintained in a physical file? What would happen to you if you're out of your system for 2 days? What does it mean for your customer? So those are risks which you have to create those backups just to assist you. What are some of the things you can do just to mitigate those risks? Like data privacy. Be aware of what you're required to do and comply. Sometimes, as much as you comply, you may not be able to cover everything. There is also insurance. There is cybersecurity insurance. It is very, very affordable. Depending on your scale and nature of your business and how much you have invested in a business. Suppose you have a turnover of 1 billion every year. You may decide, I want to take a cybersecurity insurance for 100,000, 100 million, for example. Do you know how much insurance you need to pay as premium? It's only 29,000. It is so affordable. Yeah. So you need to look at your risks in terms of data. If your customers' data were to get accessed by an authorized person, if you run like a hospital, for example, a clinic, and people are able to see, this is your customer, they were diagnosed for this disease, this is their age. If somebody breaks into your systems and they're able to assess your customer and say, your customer always shops at, say, 50,000 every month, this is their worth, they come at a specific time, yeah? Can that data lead to hijacking of your customer? Yeah. So you need to be careful with customer data. You may not be able to prevent everything, but take insurance. If you're penalized, your insurance will come in and pay for your penalties. The other thing you need to do is to ensure you have adequate security measure. You may not be an IT expert, but you could actually employ, just outsource someone to come and create some level of protection. It could be data prevention tools or solution which are actually uploaded to your system just to create that prevention. It could be something like VPN. It could be something to the network just to prevent attacks. It could be something like even encryption of your data. As you're sending your email, if someone is able to listen to your email, if they open, they will not be able to read your emails. Yeah? And even if it's your SMS. So it is very important to have those mitigations with you. And the most important thing in terms of mitigation, please take training. If you have staff, train your staff in terms of regulation, what is expected of them, ensure within your policy, create code of conduct. How will they use this technology that you have brought? How will they use this digital platform? Yeah, so that you ensure they are not using it for things that would expose the business. It could be like they are always on social media, not marketing, but just doing their stuff and opening all other links. This could expose your business. So those are among the risks that you could face as a business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I didn't think about all those risks, but we need to protect and ensure that our businesses are well protected, especially protecting the customers' data. I think that was really very informative. It took me aback to start thinking about there are some things that I need to do to protect my business. So I think for the next session, maybe we take some questions. Is there anyone who has a question for our panelists? Maybe we take the questions, then questions from the audience, then we can just do one round of questions and then we close. Yeah, for lunch. Yeah, we can take all of them.
We still have like only 10 minutes.
We have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, panelist. Really informative. Mine is for TradeMark Africa. I'm very grateful for what you're doing to facilitate trade across the region. And I see that you are now going towards more towards the youth and persons with disability. Are there any distinct measures, or innovative measures you're doing to enhance trade that is distinct from women towards persons with disability? Maybe towards persons with visual impairment or hearing impairment? Thank you.
Any other person with a question?
So we'll take that one and one more, and then we close.
Yeah, mine is more directed to the risk management people. And mine happened like 2 weeks ago. They hacked into my Cowboys and Cowgirls apparels page, that is Facebook and also Instagram. I would like to know, is that a real offense, and are you able to like report these people to the police? And you know, they were working for me, then they decided to hack the system back, so they changed all the password overnight. Then we found the system is out, so we went. That's the time I realized this is the time to have a backup. And if you check on our Facebook, which is Cowboys and Cowgirls apparels and events, so that's a new page which has over, which is almost, we're approaching to 100 people. So the system was fully hacked. Emails were all hacked. So I lost over 15,000 followers. So what recommendation would you give to maybe to the fellow participants here, just in case you find yourself in such a situation, because it's very hard to recover all those followers on your program, on your social media pages. So we'd like to have like an advice how to follow these and the best way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and pole sana for your loss.
Walianza kuuza vitu zingine, sio kofia.
Good afternoon to you all. I think all of us are moving digital, and I like the initiative that we're actually looking forward to deliver our mandate on digital transformation. My question goes to actually all the panelists in terms of artificial intelligence. How are we actually accommodating the disability aspect to be accommodated in the digital transformation? We tend to forget about that cluster, both in all aspects, youth, women, and men, on at AI, let's say on sign language, for example. How do we accommodate that in this aspect? Thank you.
Thank you. Just one more from the lady over there. Just one last one. All right.
Okay, thank you so much for a good presentation. My name is Teresia Njora. I think I have to ask you, because I do not know who I'm supposed to take this question to. About the Hasra Fund, you talked about the Hasra Fund, why the women are not taking. And all I believe is that the limit has been not friendly, especially for the women groups. Because you know, like us, there are some business we do that need a lot of money. And when the limit is too low, you find that many women will not go that way. So when you go and sit down again, tell the experts or the ones who are planning this that the women will need enough money to do the business. And you know, as a group, you know, if you are one, you are given like 2,000, 3,000. If it is a group, 50,000. And for sure, our business are not limited that way. So it is also good to know that. About the Trade Africa, we have been attending this East Africa Guvukazi. Sometimes we go to Rwanda, Tanzania, and I know by that time you normally take care of our goods, our luggages, but we normally take care of our transport and also where we are going to stay. Now, when we go there, we interact with the other traders and we get some traders. Once we come back to Kenya, you know, for sometimes we go with the literal products because you are just going to see whether you can sell, but you get orders. When you come back, not unless now you wait for next year for the same time to take the products. When you get orders, you cannot again be able to sell immediately when you come to Kenya, because in the borders there is a lot of bureaucracy, and you know that there is a problem against selling products to other countries when we have already come back. The tax is so high. Like last year, we took back our products to Uganda when we left from Rwanda. And imagine we were taken by the URA for Uganda, and we were forced to pay a lot of money. So you see that, yes, you are trying to help us, but there is another, we have a lot of challenges. Let me say that after that, we still cannot be able even to start on our own. About the digital marketing, I do not know how you are taking the information, especially to the marginalized, the most marginalized communities. And when I say that, I say about the, you know, I have a project in Laikipia. We have women who are in the interior, the Turkanas, the Maasai, the Samburu, and you know, even the level of literacy is very high, and most of them do not have even the smartphone. You know, times you just take a photo and then you post it on the social media. Immediately you get somebody who can buy that product. But these women, they do not even have the smartphones. Number two, they do not have that civic education on how to use those smartphones when they find them. Now I would just say, you know, it's a dialogue. I don't want to ask a question, but as a dialogue, what are you planning for, especially for those women who are very low, those marginalized, they do not have the smartphones, and they will be able even to do a lot of market if they get the information. Lastly, I remember that, okay, this year we were taking some products for the beads, the ones that went with the, okay, there's a shop that was opened in Uhuru by President Ruto in US. And I'm telling you, when you told those women to make the products, getting to know who has the best product, they could walk so many, a lot of miles to go and get somebody with a smartphone. They take the photo, they say to us, so that we can say, this one can go, this one cannot. So I'm trying to think about them, how we can be able to reach them, and also the civic education.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think TradeMark has 2 questions, 3 questions, and you have a question, and then there's a question on AI, and I think Sheena can also touch on the inclusion, as well as the Safaricom as well. And then we close. Yeah. So.
Okay, so I will start with the first one, around how do we ensure the inclusivity of differently abled people. So when we design products or solutions, we have significant engagement on the ground. So when we were doing ISOCO, for example, it's not something that we sat and developed within TradeMark and then came to KNCCI and just rolled it out. We had significant engagement with women traders, different segments, differently abled in different locations. And with that, you get to realize that there are different capacities across the board. Of course, it's not realistic that you're able to meet the needs of all, but where it's possible, we ensure that it's done. So for mobile solutions, for example, where it is visually impaired people, you make sure that you have voice commands, for example, that they're able to listen to. Yeah? And then the work that we do at the borders, for example, you have people who are impaired in terms of mobility. So if you go to Busia or a lot of the borders here, you find people who are not able to move as comfortably as we are, but are either on tricycles or, so we kind of try to facilitate to enhance their movement. But the flip side of that is also the experience we've seen. A lot of differently abled people do not want to be treated differently. So when we go, for example, to Busia and we, bring together traders, the differently abled people do not want you to give them a different offer as to what you're giving someone else. So if it's access to finance, it needs to be access to finance to us all. It cannot be access to finance for this group and then for the other group, it is, say, mobility equipment alone. So what we try to do is meet the needs on the ground, so significant engagement, but also partnerships. So we are also working with organizations that represent differently abled people to kind of test and understand the solutions that we are putting out on the market, are they addressing their needs? So that then informs what we support. On the question around the issues that are faced at the borders, we've made significant investment in sensitization and capacity building. A lot of traders, especially those in the informal sector, don't fully understand the requirements to trade across borders. So you have a very good product and you understand there's a market in, say, Uganda. So you initiate the process of trading across borders, you get to the border and you realize that for you to be tax exempt, you have to have a certificate of origin, for example. So many people don't know that. So our programs on capacity building are around that. And ISOCO is also able to provide information on requirements to cross borders. So it's not just a trading platform, but if you want to understand what are the requirements to move maize to Uganda, for example, you're able to get all that information from a standards perspective or a revenue perspective. And then the other thing we've done is we have resource centers at the borders that are run by NGOs. So where you have an issue when you're at the border, please ask the border officials where is the resource center. So we've funded quite a lot of them, and what they do is when women are stranded at the border, they facilitate. So if you need a certificate of origin, it's something they can help you to get. Or if they need you to engage the customs officials, then that's also something that they do. Then on the last point around digital adoption, by marginalized communities, I think for us, the approach is partnerships. During COVID, when there was restrictions in movement, we ran what we call the e-commerce booster program with KEPSA. And we had traders as far as Laikipia, but the goods ended up here. But TradeMark in itself supporting on digital literacy and onboarding onto digital platforms is not enough. So I'll throw this to Safaricom. They mentioned the products and the mobile devices that you're developing. Considering $50 is quite high for a lot of businesses, even $20, is there an option to develop a product where you're not buying you're not paying for the cost of purchasing the phone, but you're looking at it as an investment. So if you lock the phone and someone is able to purchase data from Safaricom for 5 to 10 years, is that something that then can be used to enhance adoption or access of mobile phones to communities or businesses that are not able to pay the $20? I think we see that a lot in developed countries where phones come locked and you're on a contract. So you're not investing in the initial cost of purchasing, but you look at it in the futuristic investment that you're making from that buyer. And in most cases, Safaricom makes a lot of money on M-Pesa. A lot of the traders will trade on M-Pesa. So it's just looking at what are the other partnerships that we can have to ensure that there is inclusivity. It's not a one size or one partner is responsible for everything. When it comes to movement of goods, what we've tried to do is work with Posta Kenya to try and see how do we develop e-commerce service centers in a lot of the counties, so that even if someone doesn't have a mobile phone, for example, there is a one-stop center at Posta where you're able to go in and use a computer. The other approach is looking at trade support agents. I think they're called digitalpreneurs or gigpreneurs. There are different names for them. And for us, that's an approach we're trying to use for the youth as value creators. So a lot of people, as you say, might not have the literacy levels to now start engaging on mobile platforms or mobile phones. But are we able to position the youth to support women traders to facilitate access to digital markets? So again, it's an ecosystem approach that requires a lot of partnership. And that's something that we are really investing in. So not just developing the platforms, but with entities like KNCCI, for example, how are they able to go into partnerships with, say, Safaricom, or partnerships with logistics service providers, or partnerships with banks, so that if someone is trading on iSoko, you're then able to develop your credit data. And is that something a bank is able to use based on the transactions you've had on a system to lend? So those are some of the things that we are looking to scale up for iSoko beyond this phase.
So maybe I'll pick it up from where you left off. So I think a great idea on the locking of the data. Just to add on to the accessibility. So for the marginalized area, Safaricom is fortunate to have a program. So the one that I had is called Safaricom Women in Tech. And one of my focus areas is actually to penetrate the marginalized areas. And we have a program, we work with the likes of Nairobi Global Shapers to access, especially Samburu areas and towards the north. So two things. From late last year, we partnered with Dell. Dell have, through their foundation, something they are doing to equip marginalized areas, especially for digital literacy and training. So we are working with them to, one, equip the area with potential hubs for them to be able to train the ladies within the area. And we focus majorly, our major focus is actually on the women and girls. And under Women in Tech, again, I have a pillar that speaks to, it's called Technovation. We work with high school girls to be able to develop solutions that they competitively go through a competitive process all the way. The finals is normally in the US. The girls who participate from 2021 to now, we included marginalized and underserved communities. And happy to say that the girls from the marginalized areas are doing quite well. In fact, in 2023, the team that made it to Silicon was a team from Samburu who created an app that their mothers could sell beadwork to the through the app. So for us now it is an opportunity. How do we then take such solutions and help them commercialize even through iSoko being a marketplace for them now to get that visibility of beyond just helping them create the idea and get their digital literacy and also learn that. So through the girls, we are helping them help their mothers, but also through the community, through like the Dell partnership and Nairobi Global Shapers, we're also using that to train the mothers themselves. Then now to add on to the devices play, so that also now as we try to develop, it's a new area for us, but we're working to see how best then when we get to the suitable sweet point device, how then now can we create that accessibility to the ladies and girls and women within the marginalized and underserved communities. And then I think on the AI question, maybe I'll touch a bit on it. So in Safaricom from 2022, we decided to we've always said Africa is rising, Africa is rising. We decided to be the rising Africa, and we started building solutions for ourselves. We've been buying a lot through our partners, through vendors, and nothing against that, the Cisco's and all. So we decided to build our own products to be able to sell to our ecosystem. As we do that, the mantra we decided to follow was build open, scalable, and sellable solutions. And as we do that, we leverage on the new technologies. So the openness and the openness bit of it allows them the things like AI, because AI is learning models. You can imagine if you're creating something and you put AI and it has learned a model of a person who speaks normally, then maybe you get someone with autism or someone who's stuttering and they're talking and it cannot understand what the person is saying, then they get really frustrated. So when the openness comes, then when you develop these solutions, we are giving an opportunity where the templates we send out there, people can actually now customize them or work on them to be able to adopt to the different needs of the society, so that we are not locking out anyone by having very close or structured solutions that in the market. That's what I would say to that. But being it's a new area, a lot is still being done, a lot is still being learned, but I know in the early stages is where the frameworks and the policies are being built, but it is important to have these conversations at this stage to ensure that as people build and pick it up, they're actually learning what to do and to do it right. Thanks.
Perhaps I can also maybe respond to that question. There is a general risk in treating social issues as technical problems and implementing technologies that end up becoming an end in themselves rather than a means to an end. And it's in that backdrop that GIZ, we are implementing what we are calling human centricity checks in all the solutions that we are offering, to make sure that the solutions are human-centered, they are demand-driven, and there is a general need by the society to have that kind of solution. And that also goes to inclusivity and diversity aspects of it, making sure that during the entire process of the implementation, we are getting feedback from the people whom we are working with, the stakeholders that we are working with, to make sure that at the end of the day, the product we develop is for the people whom we are supporting.
Which everyone is waiting for, so we can end with that. But I think we all talk about AI, but AI is nothing without data. And you're talking about inclusivity. In the global AI conversation, we're not even there as Africa. And that's really sad. And one of the things is because we don't value ourselves as Africans. So I'll give you an example. Those things that your grandfathers or our grandfathers used to tell you about crops and how to grow that? That's climate smart agriculture. The whole world is now going on climate smart agriculture. In Africa and Asia, years before colonization, that's what we were doing, climate smart. Where is all that data? We are storytellers, so we pass it from generation to generation. It's not written. AI works with data that is written. We don't capture our data, and for some reason, we don't value our traditional data. So it's not being captured. So I keep hearing conversations about AI. We will never be part of the conversations until we get the data right. AI is built on data. We need our data. We need to capture our data, our traditional data, our current data, our local, all of that data needs to be captured. AI is like whatever comes in, comes out. I remember I did an experiment about a year ago where I typed in and I tried to find an image of like an African doctor looking after like Mzungu children. Couldn't find any. You remember? I looked and all the photos came the opposite, because what the internet, what they've been fed in is the NGO model of them coming and looking after us. And the ones that I finally managed to get was like very traditional, like children. It didn't work. It's slowly changing. But what I'm saying is, yes, we have to worry about data being, about AI, but let's start with our data. Let's get our data right, and then AI will be inclusive, because otherwise we're not part of the conversation. It's very, very scary. So we really need to push. But luckily, we have some really smart people here. We're being represented. So for example, the special envoy in Kenya is Philip Figo, and he's an AI ambassador in the UN for Africa. He's a Kenyan. So at least we have that. But we really need to support African voices in these global conversations. Otherwise, we are going to lose out, because AI is it's an extremely powerful tool that can destroy all our businesses if we are not careful.
To the last question on hacking, pole sana for that experience. And we've had of where someone's phone is hacked, or maybe it's a Facebook account or a Gmail account, and money is even withdrawn from the account. So if it's withdrawn, an M-share is taken. They take all the loans they can take from whichever banks you're connected to. And this is a real risk for business. What they have done, that is a crime in itself. We have an act around that. Yeah, we have a Cyber Act 2018. So that is a crime. And it's legislated as a criminal act and punishable by law. So if you know the people who perpetrated it, you need to go and report to the police. It will be handled by the DCI. We have the cyber security unit within DCI. They'll do all they require to do in terms of investigation. The penalties that could, it's high, so they could be penalized 3 million at personal capacity at individual level, or 10 years imprisonment, or both. So you actually need to go and visit the DCI. But what does it mean for all of us as business people? It means that we need to secure our data. We need to secure our phone. We may not be techies, but why don't we get these techies that are available for the needs we have? So we already have people who are ready to provide us with solutions. Take them through your systems that you use, right from your phone, your laptop. Let them go through it and tell you, you are vulnerable here. Let them identify all your vulnerabilities and provide solutions. They would tell you, you need to put this, you need to put this here and this here. It is a small cost compared to losing all your customers' data, losing all your business data, and even your financial records. Remember, if like the data you have lost, your customer data, if they used it wrongly, you will be culpable as a person. So that's why you need to report. So it means we also have responsibility to secure our customers' data. Part of also the investigation and part of what Safaricom has done, and I think immediately you get such cases and you're able to report to police, they're able to, if it is a number, if it is related to your phone number, they're able to at least disable some of those functions so that you're not losing money, maybe through your accounts. Money is being borrowed through all the bank accounts you have. Yeah. So it is very important to take that. Another thing I spoke about, cybersecurity. You cannot protect all your risks. So you can take, for a very little amount, like 50 million, you pay something like 12,000. It is very small amount. If you look at your phone, if you lost your phone, you'd lose a lot of data. Do you know for a phone that is worth 250,000, you can get insurance of 5,000 per year. So if someone ran with your phone, you're not scared. You can pick your phone wherever. So insurance itself provides solution. For let me talk about AR, for example. You can actually buy some product online. Like if you're traveling, we have enabled you digitally. You can just go on, put in your details, buy your product, get a policy, and you're able to travel. You can go digitally and buy a product like a 1 million cover. You're able to use 1 million medical cover. You can be able to use either for your inpatient or outpatient. There are no limits, depending on your needs. And you pay as little as 18,000, and now based on your age, now it varies. Yeah? And you can buy it online. You don't need to do a lot of things. There are no waiting periods. There are no complications. So digitally, what you're doing at AR Insurance, we are enabling our customer. We had the floods, and I don't know where your businesses are positioned, but for a very small amount, you could have insurance for your assets. Yeah. So if your assets are worth 30,000 or 100,000 or a million, for a very little amount, it's like 2% of your assets. You have all risk. Whenever you're not operating your business because you're losing income every day, you have some weeks of receiving income, consequential loss. You're saying out of a loss you have incurred of floods, you've lost businesses, you used to make this amount every day. You can be paid that amount on a weekly basis for a period of time until you restore your business. So I would encourage you, just explore, contact AR, contact insurance providers, because you already have digital solutions that are available. If you just log into our website, you get all these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And also maybe cybersecurity. Understand more about cybersecurity, how to protect your passwords, strong passwords, and using even some of the tools that are available so that you can prevent such a situation from happening. And I think also this goes to all the businesses. Please be very careful. Don't put password 123. Don't put the names of your children, your name, your date of birth. That's how fishers or people who are social engineers, their work is just they want to get your information. Because that's, they are thieves. They just want to get your information, and they know that you are business people, so they know there is something that they are going to get from you. So I think one of the key things that you need to implement is cybersecurity and protect all your systems and all your computers. And there are internal and external risk also involved. Yeah, and of course she's talked about the insurance. So I think we've come to the end of the session. I don't know, maybe we can allow each and every one of you just give 30 seconds closing remarks, just for us to close, and then we go for lunch, and we come in for the next session, right? Yeah.
Just 30 minutes closing remark. 30 seconds. So let's protect our business. Risk management, there are those daily decisions you take. Utilize outsourced services for a very small amount. I keep saying, as a business person, you may be 2 or 3. For a very small amount, you may just need to maintain all your social media account with someone who you have a contract with, so your employees don't have the liberty to change anything without authority, instead of maybe even having internal staff doing it. That is how most blue chip companies do. Like for our website, you will find we have contracted someone for a very small retainer. Any changes you want to do to make in our website, we are able to make those changes, and we are never at risk of thinking someone internally would attack us. So we pass that risk to someone else. So you can also pass that risk to someone else for a very small retainer. It could be even 1,000 a month. Yeah, let's protect our data, and then let's obtain training. Let's be trained. Let's train our staff on risk management. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think for me is my last plug on Kuza Biashara. Like I said, we've created a platform already. So if you're in the agri space, if you're a farmer or you work with farmers, and you're looking for markets, or or you've got markets, or you're a processor and you're looking for produce, or you're a transporter, logistics, we've built the platform. We've spent a lot of money, and we've made it open in partnership with the Kenyan government and lots. Plug in. The whole idea is, as Kenya, we can feed ourselves, we can feed the world, and we can create lots of business opportunities and employment across. So plug in. There's no cost. It just opens you up to a whole big market. So even with Isoko, very happy to plug in.
So I'll just take this opportunity to convey our sincere appreciation to all of you and to KNCCI. I think the success of Isoko has only been made possible through your businesses. We are invested in growing Isoko. Isoko is not just in Kenya. I hope you all know that. And it's not just for women. So we are looking at integrating Isoko across the East African region. So all the other countries that have Isoko, bringing that together so that you're able to trade cross-border. But the only way we are able to do that is also if we are able to get feedback from you on what can we do to enhance the capability of the system, what kind of additional support do you need to enhance adoption. Before this session, I had a conversation with someone, and they told me it would be good if we had more customers on the platform. So for us, that's an avenue we are looking to develop with you as the traders. How do we onboard more customers onto Isoko? We've done a good job on the suppliers, the sellers, but how do we ensure then that you're getting the demand that is required to make Isoko beneficial to you? So if KNCCI reaches out to you for feedback sessions or just understanding the impact that Isoko has had on your businesses, please, please, please feel free to engage. We would really appreciate it. Thank you.
I had the privilege of working with the refugee community in the Dab in 2019, and every time I saw someone coming to me telling me I've been able to earn online through Upwork, through this platform, it made me very, very excited and very happy. So I invite you all, let us look at what data can help us in coming up with solutions that are not only targeted to the community but also very human-centric, and also maybe making sure that all our interventions are data-driven, are also demand-driven.
So in 2013, I took a sabbatical from Safaricom and I went to Tana River to be able to help the women in Tana River to try and create a vocational center where they could learn some skills and to make some little money for themselves. That was a life-changing moment for me, and the power of women is so strong. Those women were hungry. Those women dedicated time, regardless of the kind of lifestyles they have, just to come and get information to make themselves better. So for me, Safaricom currently, this specific financial year, has a great focus on collaborating and growing our enterprises, both small, medium, and large, and also working with the government to help digitize the government. So it's an opportunity for us to leverage on that. And lastly, for me, it is, as women, we are more, we can do more, and there's room to do more. Thanks.
Thank you. Please appreciate my panelists on digital inclusion. So,
SOCO is a digital information and market access platform developed by TradeMark Africa with funding from the Global Affairs of Canada and being implemented in partnership with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Before iSOCO came in, we had customers. We were trained how to post your products on that platform, how you can place maybe an order, how you can connect with your customers.
At least now we have got information. When any challenge comes, we know where to go. And even when we are carrying our goods, they no longer confiscate our items there, because we can go and pay the little tax and allow us go through, because we are working at the border point, and still market it outside Uganda and within East African countries.
So to Chamber of Commerce and Industry, iSOCO being one of a rapidly recognized and adopted, provides a very, very competitive space in enhancing businesses, especially among the small and medium enterprises, and also among the women traders, not only in Kenya but East Africa. We have taken this initiative forward to really work with other development partners. One of them is TradeMark Africa. One of our major roles is trade facilitation, promotion, advisory services, advocacy, and also engaging our MSMEs, especially to support them for new markets through market intelligence, supporting them to influence policies that would really thrive the businesses in the country, and also working with the private sectors to provide on financial services that would support and expand on business growth.
We have a presence online as much as we have our physical shops, and you find that most clients prefer that they get their items delivered either at their offices or at home. So we had a big issue finding good riders that we can trust. So on iSOCO, we actually found a rider company that we could work with on their list of service providers. Before that, we had issues where we'd send some riders and the customer will pay and then we don't get the full amount, or they'll delay in sending us the full amount.
Nilikuwa napitia changamoto fulani kwa vile sikuwa ninajua unaweza advertise kazi yako kwa mtandao na ukapata wateja. Sasa kama mimi sina mkono siwezi inua kitu kizito, lakini saizi kupitia kwa iSOCO ninaweza tu kaa chini na ni Google na nipate wateja na nifanye kazi yangu kwa urahisi.
On iSOCO, there are opportunities very readily available for traders like us. For example, you can apply for grants, but for us, what we've done is applied for trainings where we have attended and gained knowledge. There's a feature on bookkeeping that's on iSOCO that we use So that's easy for us because I'm able to manage my inventory even if I'm not at the shop. Also, since we joined the platform, so we've realized we are receiving more orders. I'd say there's more visibility on our side, and our items get to be viewed by not only the market in Kenya, but outside Kenya as well.
Another thing is in enhancing skills transfers. Because, for example, today, through Isoko, an entrepreneur in Kenya would be able to understand how Rwanda businesses are able to do value addition. Because that interaction of the businesses makes now the entrepreneurs who already subscribe to the system to really understand opportunities for financial access. Not only financial access, but affordable finances. So in terms of financial inclusion, it is a very good facilitator and a tool that would be able to transform the business ecosystem.
Initially, PWDs in their nature tended to fear mixing with other people. But since then, the previous training of the ISOCO with the TradeMark, a lot of PWDs have been empowered. So many of them have come on board. Now they're at the border doing real business, the cereals business, the fruits business.
At this time now I can manage to even take my children to school, even to put something on the table.
In my opinion, the feature that's most valuable for women is the marketplace. Once you list your products there, for sure you're assured that it's going to reach a wide range of people.
ISOCO is a potential provider, motivator of businesses. It will be able to promote and champion intra-Africa trade, which is still less than 17%. So I want to encourage the business practitioners to really adopt and register in ISOCO is the way to go.
Yes, so I would like to encourage other women in business to join the platform. It's not only a place where you market, but also where you can get information, people you can work with and people you trust, because I think they're vetted when they're put there. So I would advise anyone who's hesitant of joining the platform to actually do it, because it has worked for us and we've seen the benefits.